questions that promise to inspire and broaden our perspectives. As we explore the multifaceted world of translation and its pivotal role in connecting cultures, we look forward to foster greater understanding and collaboration among all participants. Without further ado, let's embark on this intellectual journey together with this inaugural session, and let's make this conference a memorable and impactful experience.
As we gather here today, let us open our hearts in humble prayer, seeking peace and guidance. Now, let's invite our dear friends Lania, Senna and Rosemaria for the prayer.
Change my heart, oh Lord, make it ever true. Change my heart, oh Lord, may I be like you. Change my heart, oh Lord, make it ever true. Change my heart, oh Lord, may I be like you. You are the potter, I am the clay. Mold me and make me, this is what I pray. Change my heart, oh Lord, change my heart, oh Lord, make it ever true, make it ever true. Change my heart, oh Lord, change my heart, oh Lord, may I be like you, may I be like you, may I be like you.
Thank you. Please be seated. To extend a warm welcome to our esteemed resource persons and dear audience, let us invite Dr. K.J. Varghese, HOD Department of English and Dean of International Affairs.
Namaskaram, good morning, Namaste and Namaskar. It seems it very well goes with Assamese too. My dearest manager of the college, Father Joy Pinikia Parambil, principal in charge, Dr. Xavier Joseph, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Durjit Sharma from Guwahati University and Dr. Priya K. Nair from St. Teresa's, Ernakulam, our Vice Principal and Convener of the conference, Associate Professor Mary Patrus, teachers from different colleges, research scholars, PG students, my dear colleagues and dear students. I should say it gives me immense pleasure to stand here to welcome you all to this national conference. For many things, And number one is the overwhelming response that we had for this conference. There are over 100 delegates who registered, and we had to stop a few colleges from registering because this hall couldn't hold them, in fact. So, though it's a welcome speech, I would like to thank you all for coming over here to Christ College and attending this conference on translation studies in general. And I'm sure that most of you may be really interested in translation, and that's what brought you here. And we have organized this conference in such a manner that it will be, in a way, useful to you in every sense. So we have very little theory and a lot of practice. Maybe most of our speakers will be speaking on their difficulties or challenges that they faced when they were actually translating works. Because from Tower of Babel to machine translation, translation has evolved very much. If the Tower of Babel was not there, I don't know whether we need a seminar like this. The curse of Babel, which divided men because of their languages. So we've reached a point where machine translation works quite well nowadays, and we have, and especially when assisted by AI, it can do a very good work. But I think most of our speakers, two of our speakers at least, are practicing translators, and they know how much of human intervention is a must for a translation to be good one. And it is said that every translation can be bettered. I'm sure, see, we have Dr. Priya here, Dr. Durjadi, and naturally, and we have our Ginoy joining us, our own alumnus. Okay, and all our translators, and they would tell you how it works with human interventions. And another big aspect, another question maybe that they will be addressing is this, because even once I went for as a keynote speaker for a conference on translation, and that was in one of the biggest colleges in Tamil Nadu, aided colleges. But interestingly, all others were not from academics. They were, in fact, translators or heading translating institutes. And the question asked was this. See, so many were attending their interviews to become translators, but they select very few from students who have done a course in translation. See, we have course in translation studies for our PG. But what they say is, we all know that a deep knowledge in both the languages is a must for a translator. But even then, this particular question, and I was the only one to defend the whole of academics. Okay, because all others were practicing translators or people who were interviewing candidates to be taken as translators to their institutions. So this big question remains, and I think our speakers would address that too. What happens to our courses in translation, especially in universities? They complete the course, and of course they become teachers of what you call translation studies, but not practicing translators. So there is some gap, somewhere something wrong maybe. So these things, that's what we are more interested. Okay, when we conduct a conference on translation. And my duty here is to welcome all the distinguished guests and our delegates to this program. So, Father Manager is the president of the function for this inaugural function, and he's a person who readily, in fact, gives permission for anything good or nice to happen. And he's often referred to as the Green Knight of the campus. He was a former professor of physical education department, a vice principal, and now the manager. And he's very fondly called by people as Plavachan, Mavachan, etc. because he in a way has won many awards, nature awards. So, Father, we are very happy that you are here with us. Welcome to our program. And you all know that our principal is not here. He is in the US to present a paper. He is a physics professor. But we have our vice principal, from the Department of Physics, heading the institution. Now he's the principal in charge. Very nice person, I should say. Okay, very approachable, and he's with us for the program to felicitate. So naturally, wholeheartedly, I welcome him to our program. Then we have our speakers, Durjadi Sharma and Dr. Priya K. Nair. And it all happened, I should say, in 2 to 3 weeks. That's why I thanked you all for this overwhelming response. We announced this conference just 2.5 weeks back. But the response was, I should say, terrific. That's why so many, we had to stop another 30 to 40 candidates. Telling them that we will meet for another conference which will be again organized by Christ College maybe in 5 or 6 months' time. So, that was all because we came to know from his own PhD mate, one of our colleagues, Dr. Stensa, that he's coming down to Kerala. And of course, he had a session, 1 or 2 sessions in Bangalore, not Mysore University. So naturally, we thought of having, why not have, and he's an expert in translation studies. And we have many translators here in Kerala too, but we can accommodate only 1 or 2, for a one-day conference. So that's how this conference came to be planned. And he readily agreed to be our keynote speaker. He's a professor from Guwahati University and a translator, an expert in translation studies. So he would be the right person to talk to you. The first talk will be his. And Professor, wholeheartedly, Christ College, the management, staff, and also all delegates, in the name of the delegates, I welcome you to our campus, to our program. And next is, I should say, a famous translator. And at the same time, that's why I asked the first question, okay, which I faced when I went for another program, that what's happening to your, academics, when we look for good translators, nobody comes from a course, done in the university, maybe in translation, but there are many others, very good translators, because this is a kind of passion. Only if you are interested in pursuing higher studies, or rather your PG programs in translation studies, and there are many universities which offer of course, you need to have that passion and a kind of in-depth knowledge in both the languages. So, I think she'll be in a way throwing more light on this aspect. Okay, she would be bringing down or narrowing the gap between what you call students who study translation and a practicing translator, because she's already from the Department of English, St. Teresa's College, at the same time a well-known translator. So ma'am, welcome. And in his absence, I am also welcoming our third speaker, that is Ginoy Jose. He'll be joining us for lunch, and then he'll be with us throughout for the valedictory function. He's a journalist, a senior journalist in Friendline magazine, and our own alumnus. Okay, he did his studies in functional English in the, I think one of the first or second batches. And as you all know, we are also having our 25th year of celebrations of our functional English course. So it was exactly 25 years back we started this program. And many of our students, especially they are in the field of media, journalism, and also many are teachers. Maybe some familiar names would be Lakshmi Nakshatra, who is a much sought after anchor, and then Aditi Ravi, and there are many. Ginoy, you'll be meeting him today as the third speaker, and many in media, and a few, of course, as teachers in colleges and higher secondary schools, and different levels, tertiary, higher secondary and secondary levels, we have a lot of teachers. We are celebrating our silver jubilee, and the logo release will be again done by our manager. So you can expect an array of programs in the form of symposia and conferences in the coming days, and please be with us for all the programs which are coming up. This year itself we are planning an international conference, maybe in December, and a symposia where all of our alumni will be participating, especially, those are very much there in media. So, I would like to welcome you all, because the teachers, because the conference was just organized in 2 weeks time, I said. So, naturally, our teachers and our students, our volunteers, had to put in a lot of effort to make this conference possible. So I welcome all, and our convener of the program, Associate Professor Mary Patros. She was the former head of the department and present vice principal of the college. And the support that she gives the whole department and the whole college is to be remembered even at this point of time. So, Mary ma'am, welcome to our program. And of course, there are teachers, some are on the way, they said. A few teachers are coming from different colleges, and in fact, I'm really happy to announce that we have delegates from Thiruvananthapuram to Kasaragod. Okay, a few are on the way. They'll be joining us very soon. Trains are late, and there are traffic blocks for those who are coming by road. So naturally, I think maybe in another half an hour, we'll have the full number of, or the total number of delegates in the room. So it's a happy time, and all of you, I must welcome all of you, because we are really happy that we got such a response for our conference. So the delegates from different colleges, the teachers, research scholars, wholeheartedly I welcome all of you to this program. And the technical staff we are having, and of course those who are watching us on YouTube. There are many of our students couldn't be accommodated here, so they are watching the whole conference on YouTube. I welcome them and I ask them to stay back till 4 o'clock. Okay, and then naturally all my volunteers and the students, our own students are there at the back, though they are very few in number. I welcome each and every one. And at the end, it is often said that there is a lot of difference in the meaning when we say lost in something. Lost in something, I think it means, see, you are so much involved in something, you are immersed in something. But when we use the same term, lost in translation, okay, that is very much negative. We all know, because always something is lost in translation. But here, I would advise you, or let's all be lost in translation positively, so that the sessions will be very fruitful to you and you will really gain something from the conference. Some takeaways will be always there. So wishing you all the best. And you can also explore maybe our campus if you get time. We are planning maybe immediately after the conference, okay, after a valedictory session. If you can stay back, you can just watch or go and see our campus, because it's a campus, one of the best campuses, much more than that, a campus which is very much sought after by filmmakers. So don't miss your chance. Please stay back. Immediately after the conference, that's after the valedictory session, we'll be arranging a campus tour where you can see our campus too. So welcoming all of you once again, and let's all be lost in translation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. And we hereby welcome you, sir, as well.
Next, for the presidential address, we would like to invite Reverend Father Joy Pinikapanabil CMI, Manager of Christ College.
Good morning to all. Yes, our respected principal in charge, Dr. Xavier Joseph, convener and vice principal, Professor Pallikatil Mary Patros, our energetic HOD and International Dean of International Affairs, Dr. K.J. Varghese, our resource person, Dr. Daruj Sharma, Associate Professor, Guwahati University, Assam, and resource person, Dr. Priya K. Nair, Assistant Professor, Sandras College, Cochin, teachers, non-teaching staff, invited guests, and my dear friends. Welcome to Christ College, this beautiful Christ College campus. It was started CMI congregation, the Amada province, 1956. This is 69th year of its establishment. And functionally is also celebrating the silver jubilee. And I also celebrating 25th years of my entrance to this Mangadikun Christ College, Irinjalakuda. We live in a beautifully diverse world, with thousands of languages and countless cultures. Each language carries a unique perspective and a distinct way of understanding the world. However, this diversity can also create divides, making it challenging for people from different backgrounds to connect and understand one another. This is where the power of translation comes into play, bridging these languages divides and bringing cultures close together. Translation allows us to preserve and share our cultural heritage. By translating literature, folklore, and historical documents, we ensure that the wisdom and traditions of different cultures are not lost to time. This sharing of cultural heritage enriches all of us, providing new perspectives and a deeper appreciation for the diversity of human experience. Translation further plays a crucial role in facilitating intercultural communication, ensuring that messages are accurately conveyed and understood, preventing misunderstandings and fostering collaboration and cooperation. Through translation, we access a wealth of knowledge and ideas worldwide. We can read books, watch films, and listen to the music from different cultures, broadening our horizons and deepening our understanding of others. This explore to diverse perspectives promotes empathy, tolerance, and global citizenship. By translating educational materials, we provide equal opportunities for learners from different linguistic backgrounds, making education accessible to all. This inclusivity ensures that everyone has the chance to learn, grow, and contribute to our global society. Translation thus becomes a powerful play to bridge language divides and bring people close together. It allows us to share our stories, different types of stories, understand each other's perspectives, and build a more inclusive and harmonious world. So I congratulate Department of English to organize this beautiful seminar, one-day workshop. I think more will come. Help the students and teachers to go into and horizons of or oceans of knowledge to build up our career, to know the truth, different cultures. So I wish you, all of them, all the teachers, all the students of Christ College to organize this beautiful conference. Congratulations to all, especially KJ Varghese. And wish you all a beautiful time at Christ College campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter filled with hope and opportunity. Now, for the inaugural ceremony, let us invite all the dignitaries to step down to the center to light the lamp.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we will have the releasing of our official logo of Silver Jubilee celebrations of English department. We are so proud to announce that the selected logo has been designed by our third year functional English student, Mr. Suryadat TB. I welcome our dear manager, Reverend Father Joe Pirigapanambil CMI, for the official releasing of our Silver Jubilee logo. Thank you, Father. Now, let us invite Dr. Xavier Joseph, the principal in charge, for the felicitation.
Respected Manager, Father Joy Pinikaparambil, Head of the Department, Dr. K.J. Varghese, today's chief guest and the keynote speaker, Dr. Durjati Sharma, Dr. Priya K. Nair, Professor Palikatil Mary Patros, Vice Principal, dear teachers from English Department, teachers from other colleges, and my dear students. Actually, after listening to K.J. Varghese's speech and our manager's speech, I was wondering about what I should say here. I'm not from the English stream. I belong to the physics department. And okay, so 2 days back I got an update on my phone. It is updated to UI 6.1. You must be knowing that. And one of the main aspect or main features of this update was that you can translate from one language to other language real time. So that means you don't have to wait for the translation. It will be done in real time. So that is how the technology is growing. And it's a seminar or conference about the translation studies. And now the artificial intelligence is growing in such a pace that all these things can be taken over by the computer or the software or the artificial intelligence, the new technologies. So we should be aware of that. Otherwise, our jobs or our role will be at stake if you are not aware of these changes. So in the brochure it is written that it's a bridge between the different languages, the different cultures. Also, it's a tool for social reformation and political and scientific revolutions. We know it is already mentioned that the Holy Scriptures were initially written in certain languages, and the laymen had no idea about what was written in the book, so that they could be easily exploited. So we all know that. See, that is in every religion it is there. In Christianity, the Holy Bible was written initially in Aramaic or Hebrew language. Later that is translated to Latin, and then only after centuries only it is translated to the English language. So then only, if it is translated to a common language that we all know or we can understand, then only we get to know what is inside that one. Otherwise, see, when it is actually kept by some particular set of people, that can be used for exploiting the others or for concentrating the power to a particular sect of people. So that is how. So translation. So in India also, you know that the holy language is considered to be Sanskrit, and one set of people, or can say, it was not available to the common people. So once only when it is translated only we know what is inside there or what is there. So that is why I mentioned that it is actually a reason for the social revolution. Okay, so it's a reformation that is happening in the in the society just because of this translation process. So I think that translation is really a difficult task. Compared to the original writer, the freedom that a translator has is actually limited. When a work is translated from one language, mainly from one dialect, you know that, see, there are local dialects are there, the vernacular is there. So when it is translated from one language to the other, we need to consider so many local aspects about the language and the usage and its meaning. So otherwise you should be very particular about that, because so mainly when it is related to religion, you should be aware of that the translation, whether it should be word by word or sense to sense for sense, and like that you should be aware of that translation process also. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. You know that even now, even in the 21st century, things are not much changed. So you know all that. So when it is translating, one should keep the essence of the original work. At the same time, it should be presentable to the language or to the culture to which you are translating it. By the way, today is the Vaikam Muhammad Bashir Day, a famous writer in Malayalam. So, you know the language, see, his works have been translated to around 18 languages. So you can imagine how difficult it would be, because you know from Kerala, you know that the language he is using, the style he is using is actually very much local dialect is there, or it is a localized language, the colloquial language he has been using. So once it is translating, and when it should be effective, when people from other language, when you read that, it should be that much effective. So what should be, or you can imagine the pain or the strain that should be taken by the translator to have a good translation to other languages. I think the main aspect about the translation is that we get to know the rich culture in other languages. Many books which are so popular in particular country has been translated to so many other languages. Actually, we all have read language, the books translated from other languages also. Some of the books, my favorite books are actually translated, like Nikos Kazantzakis. So I've read almost all the books there written by Kazantzakis, and they are actually, initially that is written in Greek, and that is translated to English, and that's why I could read that. So otherwise it was not possible actually. So the translators, I would say that they are doing a great job. Okay. So we all know the Babel Tower story, the myths, the Kejavari sir just mentioned that one. And what happened when you have a unique language in which we can understand each other, and what happens if the languages are different, a chaos, and the chaos that produces because of not understanding each other. So a translator is someone who brings people and culture together. You are all doing a great job, and hope that this seminar throw more light into the different aspects of translation, and more people will be into it, and they can preserve the essence of the original work. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of English, and it is the 25th anniversary year also, so maybe special congratulations for that also. So congratulating the English department to organize such a beautiful event, and I hope that you all will engage in meaningful dialogues and get the best out of this conference. So wishing you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For the vote of thanks, let me invite Associate Professor Pallikatil Mary Patros, Vice Principal of Christ College, Iranyalakuda, and convener of this conference.
Dignitaries on and off the days, delegates, teachers, non-teaching staff, and my dear students. It is indeed a pleasure to be in the midst of such an august audience. Translation, as we know, is a delicate craft that requires both linguistic proficiency and cultural sensitivity. I have always wondered about the realm of translation. To me, a good translator is like a magician. We have all read fairy books, fairy stories. We have all lost ourselves or immersed ourselves in the world of dreams. And that is why when I say a translator is like a magician, it is because He makes unfamiliar language borders or unfamiliar cultures disappear. He kind of waves his magic wand and takes us, transports us into realms hitherto unknown to us. So here today, we have very eminent speakers with us. Since the speakers before me have already spoken very eloquently on the topic of translation, without wasting any more time, let me go on to my duty, that is proposing a vote of thanks for this inaugural function. First and foremost, I extend my wholehearted gratitude to our beloved manager, Father Joy Pinikya Parambil, for having graciously consented to join us for this inaugural program. As Verghese mentioned, he is the Green Knight of our campus. He is the winner of several nature awards, and he is also the person who introduced one sapling for one goal. For every, during the World Cup, it was he who initiated this novel venture, that is, for every goal scored in the World Cup, a sapling was planted on Christ campus. And in future, we will see that the lush green campus of Christ will be even greener because of his efforts. Thank you very much, dear Father Manager, for being with us on this occasion. The principal in charge, Dr. Xavier Joseph, who so beautifully told us how his area is physics. So very beautifully, he connected both translation and physics by talking about the emerging significance of artificial intelligence in this area also. Thank you very much, Dr. Xavier Joseph, for being with us on this occasion. We have Dr. Durjati Sharma from the Gauhati University with us. He is going to deliver the inaugural keynote address. He has traveled far and wide. He brings with him the expertise and experience both of teaching and indulging in the field of translation. I also, on behalf of everyone present here and the whole of Christ family, welcome you, dear sir, and also express my deep felt gratitude for being with us. Dr. Priya K. Nair, she may be a familiar figure to many of us because she is a practical translator. She was here earlier with for the SAC accreditation. She is a person who has first-hand knowledge of the difficulties and the challenges posed by translation. On behalf of everyone gathered here, Dr. Priya, I extend my gratitude to you. We look forward to a very engaging session from both our speakers. Next, I also thank Dr. KJ Verghese. Actually, he is the man behind the show. We know he is the Dean of International Relations and Educational Outreach of our college. It was he who, the small germ of an idea which was sowed by Stenza was it bloomed into this national conference because of the HOD of our department, the present HOD of the department, Dr. KJ Verghese. I thank, because of formality, just for formality's sake, I extend my thanks to Dr. KJ Verghese also. My heartfelt gratitude is to all the delegates present here who, as Dr. Verghese rightly pointed out, are from range from Trivandrum to Kasargod. Okay, so that's something we never expected when we planned this conference. We never expected such a huge, overwhelming response. So thank you so much. We hope the pain that you have taken to come over here will not be wasted. Okay. Last but not the least, I also thank the comparing team and all the volunteers who have done their best to make this inaugural session a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
The inaugural session has come to an end. Now we are moving on to the heart of the conference. To introduce the keynote speaker, I welcome Dr. Stenza Agustin.
Morning, everyone. It is my great honor to introduce the distinguished scholar, an esteemed academic, and my dear friend, Dr. Durjadi Sharma. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Modern Indian Languages and Literary Studies at Guwahati University, Assam. Dr. Sharma has made significant contributions to the field of comparative literature. His illustrious career includes his previous roles as a production editor at Sage Publications in New Delhi and as a research fellow in Northeast India Studies at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, New Delhi. His academic journey has been marked by a deep engagement with the early and modern literatures of Assamese, Bengali, Hindi, and Urdu, approached from a comparative cultural perspective. Dr. Sharma has dedicated himself to developing new insights and perspectives on the complex and multifaceted area of comparative literary history. His scholarly works have been published by prestigious publishers such as Springer Nature, Sahitya Academy, Routledge, and Palgrave Macmillan. Additionally, his articles have appeared in many renowned journals like Language and Language Teaching, Indian Literature, English Forum, Indica Today, Rupkada Journal, Dibrugarh University Journal of English Studies, Space and Culture India, and Margins, a Journal of Literature and Culture. Dr. Sharma is currently working on a critical history of Assamese literature, a project that promises to add valuable contributions to the field. Well, that is his official side that you should know before he speaks, I thought. But as two of my real close friends, Durjadi Sharma and his beloved wife Nabanita, we go way back. Durjadi and I were batchmates in IFLU. 2014 we started, and we were 4 in the beginning, then later we became 3. I, Durjadi Sharma, and Bhaskar Gogoi. I miss him now. So over almost 6 years, he offered me support, a constant support in my studies and my life. Every time I had a problem, I used to call these two, Durjadi and Bhaskar, my brothers from the Northeast. Can you imagine a girl from Kerala going to Northeast and surviving there for 6 years without the help of these two? So I was able to do it because of these two. And I'm proud to say that we were the last batch of the legendary Professor Kailash Chandra Baral sir. I was just texting him right now. So he and Nabanita had welcomed me many times in his house. I stayed there many times. They used to put me in this room where his, I think it was his father's study, I think. Yes. Now it is his study. And I think they thought I was sleeping in the room. I wasn't. This room had 3 walls stacked with precious books on literature. All night I used to browse through these bookshelves, taking down the titles so that I can buy them later. So something I remember about Durjadi's lovely home, and the way they both welcomed me many times. Anyway, I'm so fortunate to have him here as the keynote speaker and resource person today. It's been 4 years since we met last time. And I'm so glad that after 4 years we are meeting him and Nabanita in my college, Christ. So please join me to welcome Dr. Durjadi Sharma And the title of the talk is Translation Across Within Literary Cultures, the Indian Context. Please welcome Dr. Durjati Sharma.
So it's a matter of immense pleasure to be here at the campus of Christ College. So at the very outset, please allow me to express my sense of gratitude to the organizers of this conference. I'd like to thank the manager, Reverend Father Joy Pinika Parambil, CMI, sir, for your kind and gracious presence. I'd like to thank Dr. Javier Joseph, the principal in charge of this college, sir, for your presence and motivation. And I'd also like to thank the vice principal and convener, Associate Professor Palikatil Mary Patros, ma'am, for your presence here. And also a word of immense thanks to Dr. K.G. Varghese, HOD, Dean of International Affairs, for the generous welcome. I'd like to thank my co-speakers, Dr. Priya K. Nair, who's here, and also Mr. Ginoy Josby in absentia. I hope to meet him maybe in a while. And also a sense of thankfulness to Dr. Stanza Augustine for the very warm welcome and for stirring of memories of the bygone 10 years and making this occasion a memorable one. Anyway, now back to business. So the topic that I have chosen to speak in sync with the theme of this conference is as you can see on the slide, translation across / within literary cultures, the Indian context. So what I would be talking about translation as part of my presentation today traverses two important aspects associated with it. Translation, when we talk about it as has been talked about or been understood, translation is known for its medial nature. What do we do with translation? As the title of this conference is like how translation acts as a bridge between cultures, between languages, between literatures. So translation has a medial, it acts as a medium. But then at the same time, translation also has its own dynamics. It has its own way of evolving, or it has evolved, it has accrued within itself lots of meanings, layers of meanings across centuries of its practice. And as such, there is also a conceptual and a theoretical side to it. And it is pertinent that this conference is looking at translation not merely between languages, but between cultures. And this is where I'd like to pick my thread for the ongoing discussion. For the ensuing discussion, I'd like to begin with the assumption as translation as something which could not only link cultures, but by the very act of doing so, accrue within yourself a lot of conceptual meanings and resonances. And as it's evident from my title, I'm looking at three things. One is translation. Second is the translation across and within. When I have used across / within, I'm trying to interrogate the boundaries. Translation across literary cultures, through literary cultures, and also within the cultures. And I'll be focusing primarily on the Indian context. Because I believe, and this has been my experience of teaching Indian literature for close to a decade. And this has been my experience that the way we teach, the way we theorize, the way we understand Indian literature could be a model, could be a way to study global literatures. And I'm saying this on the basis of my experience of teaching comparative literature. Obviously, this is also something to do with building bridges across literary cultures. So what I'm going to talk about today has two aspects. It's divided into two sections. In the first section, I'll talk about what do I understand by Indian literature, since I am talking about the Indian context. So I'd first of all like to understand what do I understand about Indian literature, and what is the role and significance of translation within Indian literature. Right. So when we encounter what is Indian literature, I see this in two ways. First, I define it as a constant interplay between an integrative sense of Indianness and a strong sense of regional identity inherent within the vernacular literary traditions. Yes, on the one hand, we are talking about a cohesive, a holistic sense of Indian literature. We talk about Indianness, something that binds, say, Malayalam and Assamese together, something that binds Gujarati and, Manipuri together, something that would bind literary cultures from Kashmir and literary cultures in Kerala together, a sense of Indianness that we talk about and that we champion. But then at the same time, there are certain distinctive features characterizing every literary culture. The literary culture of Malayalam is significantly different from the way literature, the works, they're usually composed in, say, Assamese, or there are points of difference. Each culture is unique in its own way. So there's a constant interplay between this unified vision and certain distinctive markers which make a literary culture Assamese, Malayalam, Konkani, Tamil, etc. So I'd like to quote from an eminent scholar of Indian literature, Bhalchandra Nemare. He says, as you could see, we could say that India is an area of comparative literature, a geographical area where more than 105 geolinguistic units exist, and at least 50 languages have written modes of expression, and literature written within each of these languages has a distinct regional character. And he further says, if we believe that Indian literature is an organism or a polysystem, we cannot afford to ignore its plurality, distinct varieties, its long chain of dialects, one merging into the neighboring variety to the ends of the country. So what Nemare is particularly emphasizing is this long chain of linguistic connection. That if we move from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you would not know when languages change. You take a travel, you make a journey, and you would not know that this is the point where people stop speaking a language, and then all of a sudden they will speak another language. There are also borderland languages. So there is a sense of participation. There is a kind of a chained linkages across languages. It's like basically a game of Chinese whispers that we used to play, but here I'm looking at it in a positive sense. So how this participative mode, the participative dynamics go towards the construction of this very category that we call Indian literature. So as we could see, Indian literature is by nature comparative. And when we study its regional components, say Assamese, Kerala, Assamese, Malayalam, Rajasthani, Punjabi, you would be able to identify the factors which bond them and also the factors which stand in their own uniqueness. Now what happens in the modern period, what I'm also in the course of this presentation, what I would try to do, and this is something which we all need to understand, is the way how this linguistic and literary dynamics changed across history. If we study literary history, we would see that something major happened with the onset of the 19th century, and which sort of gradually grew into prominence in the 20th century. What happened? The compartmentalization of literary studies into monolingual departments in academia. So when languages began to be read in isolation, particularly within the academia, particularly within the classroom, it led to an assumption that there is something called language study, there is something called literary study, and a sense of them as interchangeable categories, and also a sense of defining them based on their own parameters, right? So because when we are looking at translation, see, translation is both a linguistic as well as a literary phenomenon, right? It has its own linguistic factors, and it also has its literary dynamics. So when we are engaged in the act of translation, there is obvious factor pertaining to source language and target language dynamics, something that I'm coming to, and also the very literariness of translation. It's not just about putting a word for a word between the source and the target language, but also to judge the relevance, to judge the pertinence, the appropriateness of a word for another word in the target language. So the domain of Indian literature, particularly if we look at, as I said, how the 19th century brought about a watershed, how the 19th century brought about a turning point in the way literature and languages began to be appreciated. If we look at the period before 19th century, which is like the early modern or the medieval period, I'm sure Malayalam has a strong tradition of pre-colonial literatures going back many centuries. And if we look at the history of that literature, we would see that how multilinguality and multiculturality, which we champion in the present local area, global plus local area, how we champion multiculturalism, right? We talk about globalization. So how this, and these are not like present day terms. It's not that like 5 centuries earlier, people were like cocooned into their respective habitations and they didn't move. No. Even without flights, even without ships, people moved across the world. So multiculturality and globality or locality in the pre-colonial area, if we understand those factors, understand dynamics of those processes, it will open up newer ways of understanding literary cultures and also newer ways, very nuanced ways of understanding translation. As I have said, I am trying to understand translation not merely as something which is a medium, but also as something which is processual, something that is a process which has a particular concept within its operation. So in this regard, Ejaz Ahmed, and there are students from English literature, and there is a very important essay by Ejaz Ahmed called the Notes Towards the Definition of the Category of Indian Literature. It's a very important essay which we read during our bachelor days. And there Ejaz Ahmed, this is from his book called In Theory, published by Verso in 1992. There's one of those essays is Notes Towards the Definition of the Category of Indian Literature. And there in this particular essay, Ejaz Ahmed says that multilinguality and polyglot fluidity seem to have been the chief characteristics, possibly the characteristics which give Indian literature its high degree of unification in the pre-modern phase. So, see, India as a concept, India as we understand as a nation in the present context was not there, in the pre-British era. We know that. India, like we understand in the present day, it was not like that. But what unified, but as I said, there was a prevailing sense of Indianness. So that even in 13th, 14th century poetry, we get references to Bharat, we get references to India. Even when we talk about Malayalam literary cultures, even though Malayalam was part of the larger Dravidian cultural structure, but it has its deep linkages with Sanskrit, as is evident from the Mani Pravalam and such other kind of poetic genres, which showed how Sanskrit and Malayalam have interacted over so many centuries. So when we are talking about Indianness in the pre-colonial era, we are talking about this plurality, the pluriversal nature of linguistic interaction. And Ejaz Ahmed further noted that mass literary cultures remain polyglot well into the 19th century. Now this is important. This is that moment which led to, can I use this? Right. So as you can see, the moment that I was talking about, what happened in the 19th century, that mass literary cultures remained polyglot well into the 19th century when the insertion of print capitalism, when print became the mode of literary transmission. See, when we are doing literature, we also need to understand the market. When we are doing translation, we also need to understand the market in the larger sense of the term, and market as it is connected with the capitalist forces. So when printing became a technology, when printing became a mode of circulation in the 19th century, it led to widespread dissemination of texts which were printed. Now what happened with print? What happened with print? See, now we are well versed with print. We know that we are encountering print we are encountering sort of printed text every day. But imagine the culture before print. So what happened in the 19th century was the standardization of language into specific categories. When literature used to be written on manuscripts, there was no burden on the scribe or the poet or whoever is composing literary or non-literary works to maintain a strict pattern of script and orthography, spelling. You have, if you see the old manuscripts of Shakespearean plays, we will see that words are being spelled in different ways. If we read those lithographic early quartos and folios of Shakespearean plays, most of them are available online now. I'm not talking about the printed ones. I'm talking about those ones which were available in the 16th, 17th century. There was no standardization as far as spellings were concerned. There were spellings were correct, but then it was not a fixed category that the word has to be a word has to be written in this particular way only. But what happened with print, we started having fixed ways of spelling, fixed ways of pronouncing, fixed ways of grammar, right? And what happened with this, there was also the forms of unilingual vernacular education when languages became a subject for school, college and university study, right? So it gave rise to the form of unilingual vernacular education, and the rise of many regional and religious particularisms speeded up the process of linguistic differentiation. So what I'm trying to say is that, for example, if you are translating, in the present times, if you are translating a text, say from Tamil to Malayalam and vice versa, you would need to know both the languages. There's a specific way of writing in Tamil and also in Malayalam. But I'm talking about Tamil and Malayalam because these two cultures have existed in close proximity across centuries. So there was a time when many features of these two languages integrated seamlessly with one another. You could seamlessly move from Tamil to Malayalam and back into Tamil. But what happened in the 19th, 20th century with very strict demarcation of linguistic boundaries. Okay, this word, and when we started talking about etymology, so no, this word is Tamil, this word is Malayalam, this word is Kannada, this word is Telugu. Right, then what happened? There was a separation of the ways these languages started behaving vis-a-vis they started behaving with one another. And this incidentally was the case in Europe in the 17th century, 17th, 18th century. And this gave rise to the discipline of comparative literature. In the 17th, 18th centuries, when nation states in Europe started forming and they started marking their boundaries, they developed something which came to be known as national literature. national literature of Italy, national literature of England, national literature of Spain, and they started building their own edifice, and when language and literature became signifiers of national identity, national and cultural identity. When someone became ready to die for a language, die for my mother tongue. So there are many factors which led to the formation of language and cultural identities. So now, for example, I take this instance from Northeast India. So when visualized as a landscape as well as a timescape, landscape as in like geographically, timescape like across time, say Northeast India, for instance, provides a unique window to a multitude of literary and cultural traditions that often do not fit into these ontoteleological formulations that work in the conceptualization of literary studies and translation as subjects for critical academic study. Now what happens, this particularism that I talked about, how language and literature, how they were disciplined, how they became specific disciplines. Now, the situation within an academia or situation within the upper layer of the society is fine, but deep down, when we look at the interaction across communities, they haven't stopped interacting. If you go to the borders of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, if you go to the borders of Assam and Bengal, you would find people whose speeches, whose speech patterns would be inflected by a mixture of Assamese and Bengali, a mixture of Tamil and Malayalam, a mixture of Gujarati and Marathi. While speaking formally, they may speak one language, but when they are speaking with their friends, they would always spill over both these languages. I want you to understand translation from these perspectives. If you are translating literary texts, for example, you need to be careful, particularly into English. Because English, if anything translated into English, has a tendency of eliding over these differences. And how this conceptualization of different processes often cause problems for us, because what is there on the ground, what people speak and how communities, as I said, Northeast has many communities, and this is not only particular about Northeast, we will see even in Kerala, if you see, there are many communities who speak different varieties of Malayalam. They don't speak one variety altogether. If you move from North Kerala to South Kerala, you can give examples right here, since we have people from across the state. The Malayalam that you speak at home or the Malayalam that is spoken in your immediate neighborhood may not be that Malayalam which is spoken maybe in the capital, or which you would speak on a formal occasion. You have songs, you have stories, you have idioms, you have riddles, which are composed in those dialectal variations. How do you translate them? I don't know what's exactly the situation here in Kerala, that there could be certain words which are spoken possibly in the northern part and which may not be intelligible to somebody who is deep maybe around Tirunelveli, Trivandrum, right? There could be certain words which could be unintelligible to people even within the same state. So translation, as we see, is not just a one-to-one process. It has to fight its own battle even within the same language. And if you see Roman Jakobson, he had talked about three kinds of translation. One is intralingual, the second is interlingual, and the third one is intersemiotic. When he talked about engaging with translation within the same language, as I said, the words that proliferate within the larger Malayalam literary culture, they may require to be translated into the standardized Malayalam. Right, there's interlingual translation. Then second is interlingual, between languages. This is fine. This is the usual way in which we understand translation to be. And the third and the most important is intersemiotic. Or semiotics is the study of what? The study of science, the science systems, right? Now, what are science systems? Where do they exist? When you are doing a semiotic study of something, you are often crossing the boundary of languages. How to translate orality, for example? There are a huge archive of literature which is there in the oral and performative domains. How would you translate the performative and aesthetic dimensions of Kathakali? Can you put them into words? Can you put the expressions into words? Can you? Can we? Is language enough to express them in equally evocative terms? Is it possible? You have witnessed, obviously, I mean, this is part and parcel of Malayalam culture, right? So you have witnessed the performances. Have you been able to understand how, if I have to express the dynamics of this performance into language, we will see our resources within language will fall short, right? But then there has to be some way of dealing with these problems. So as I say, translation, if you are looking at it in the larger context, it's not just between languages, and since we are talking about translation between cultures, we need, and here I'm talking about literary cultures. When I'm talking about literary culture, it's not just about literature in the printed domain. It's not just about literature, the standardized versions of literary analysis, literary resources, but also the many hued, the many dimensioned, the many genred ways of literature, literary expressions, and their manifold dimensions, social, cultural, material, spiritual. And there are versions of literary works which belong to elite cultures and which belong to non-elite cultures. What comes within you all, if you pick up a history of Malayalam literature, any literature, pick up a history of English literature, for example, we would see that the authors who feature within those in any history would not be the only ones who had written works. There were many authors, many poets, many dramatists who have been lost in the pages of history for various reasons. And translation plays a part there. Certain authors, and as I said, comparative literature had its moment of glory purely because of translation. When William Jones translated Shakuntala in the late 18th century, and when he translated it from Sanskrit to English, and later that play was translated into German, and when the German poet Goethe, or Goethe, as is known, when he came across that play and he read it, and he read Shakuntala, Avigyana Shakuntalam, and he says that This is the time for world literature. Weltliteratur, this is the term he used in German. Weltliteratur. This is, national literatures have become an unmeaning, national literature has become an unmeaning term now. Now is the time for Weltliteratur, world literature. So as I say, the very existence of world literature is based on the dynamics of translation. For example, we have seen in the last few years, the Nobel Prize have been won by writers belonging to, I mean, we usually don't know about them, right? Most of us have not read about, only when they have gotten a Nobel Prize that we have read. Most of us, I'm not all. There have been people who have been reading them. So how do we read them? Only through translation. And translation initiates them into the category of world literature. So my contention here is, something gets translated and it becomes a part of the canon of world literature. But what about those many authors, many books, many expressions which could have been equally worthy of global renown, global praise, had they been translated into English or any other European language? You're getting my point? So when we are looking at translation as a concept, when we are looking at translation as a process, when we are looking at the history of translation, we need to understand, we need to look into the interstices of this trajectory, how translation have evolved across centuries, and what are the factors which have impacted the circulation and dissemination of literary works beyond its boundaries. A renowned comparatist and a theoretician of world literature called David Demrosh, he says that a work will qualify as a work, or qualified to be included in the canon of world literature depending on how far it has moved beyond its point of origin. Take any work, the distance it has covered beyond its point of origin, beyond the point of origin means the culture within which it is composed, the distance it has covered, moved, will testify to its strength, will testify to its worthiness to be included in the canon of world literature. Now, what facilitates that process of movement? What will facilitate? Obviously, what? Yes, translation, and translation in any language? Translation into? Tell me. English, right. So therefore, herein lies the politics, herein lies the factors which impinges upon this process. Now, in the Indian context, I come back to India, the twin processes of colonialism and nationalism were instrumental in not only shaping the trajectory of events within the history of literature, but also influencing the production of literature in the first place. And here I would also bring in the aspect of translation. Because as I say, every language, every literary culture has its own politics, own ideology of forming an identity. Within Malayalam culture, there could be a particular brand of literary composition which is favored. Right? Bashir writes a particular kind of literature. O.M. Bijayan writes a particular kind of literature. Right? So that particular brand of literature, or that particular ideology, that particular genre, that particular sensibility within that work of within those works of literature may not be similar to maybe what is done, what is happening maybe even in Tamil, within Tamil. Right. So the role that ideology plays, and ideology backed by colonialists and also factors of nationalism. For example, if we look at the literary history of translating Anand Mat by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. You've heard of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee? The prominent Bengali novelist. Mind you, his first novel was in English. You know its name? What is it? Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, why is he known for? Yes, Bande Mataram, understood. And then his first novel, Rajmohan's Wife, came out in English. And Bande Mataram, do you know where it appeared for the first time? It appeared in this novel called Anand Mat, which was published in the year 1882. That was 3 years before the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885. Now, this novel Anand Mat, among its many translations into English, there are 3 significant translations. The first one appeared in the year The first one appeared in the year 1907. Now, why is 1907 significant? It was the time of the Bengal partition. The Bengal was partitioned 1905 to 1911. So the year 1907 was significant, and this novel Anand Mat, which is known for its theme of nationalism and patriotism, and Bande Mataram as a song featured in this particular novel for the first time. It was translated by Aurobindo as the Abbey of Bliss. First translation 1907. The second translation appeared in the year 1942. Now, what is the context of 1942? The Quit India movement. And the third translation appeared in 2007. So, if we look at this trajectory, as I said, the trajectory of literary production, we would see translation is basically an act of choice. It's an act of a very judicious choice. The same work could be translated once, twice, thrice, multiple times by different translators across a wide trajectory of time. And if we compare those translations, we will see how the translators have appropriated the essence of the original, and how it has tried to project the translation for a specific literary, cultural, or even ideological purpose. Now again, if we look at the history of the larger history of Indian literature, as I clearly said, that even before the 19th century, translation had existed as a process, and it had a lot of co-literal events associated with that. And it was, as I said, part of the larger literary culture. And A.K. Ramanujan, he talks about this translation as being part of a gene pool, a genetic pool. There's an essay by A.K. Ramanujan called The 300 Ramayanas. There he talks about the history of translating the Ramayana, the epics, the epic of like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, and how the translation of these epics were part of the larger cultural history of India across centuries. And mind you, even though we are talking about translation of the epics, in actuality those were not translations, but those were retellings. Retellings means those stories were retold by the translator from the translators from their own perspective, so as to localize them. So when we talk about translation, we also need to understand the need of localizing, because every translation is intended for a specific audience, right? Any translation. When I am translating something, I assume that this is a section of the people who will read my play, read my novel, read my story. So I need to customize my translation in a way which will allow my text to find its own niche, to find its own space within the target culture. Since I'm closing on to my allotted time, I'll end with maybe, I had a long presentation, so maybe I'll just end with okay, this I'll just add with 2 quotes and then maybe I'll explain them and I'll quickly end. Now, as I had said, how the dynamics of language and literature changed in the 20th century. This is a quote from Lisa Mitchell's book, Language, Emotion and Politics in South India, the making of a mother tongue. And here she is basically focusing on Telugu. And she says, new portrayals of language in the 20th century in a personified form used existing devotional idioms to reframe the relationships of speakers to the words they used, portraying language as a mother, Bande Mataram, worthy of worship, devotion, patronage or protection, created an opportunity for the new forms of emotional relationships with language. The demand to be able to sing, pray, conduct business, or simply become literate in a single language now defined as a mother tongue displaced a previous understanding of language used as determined by context, geographic location, or purpose, rather than by the identity of the speaker. So by the 20th century, languages of the land had decisively become what? Languages of the people. Now try to understand language of the land versus language of the people. So if we go deeper into those terms, you will understand the change that happened. That how language became something which rather than being located in a geographical space, became something which became a property of the speakers. And imagine the impact that it created in the act of translation. Okay, now again, if we try to then how do we negotiate then the relation between source text and the target text? So the object, as this quote from Pajavegis says, the object is not to replace the source translation, the source text, in the target language, but to interact with the source text in a way it takes it seriously as a partner in dialogue. Right, so translation should not be seen as a point of departure, but not of arrival, but there should be the business of the translation as to give me a vivid sense of our dual participation. So the source text and the target text should cooperate. They should interact with one another through, across and within the process of translation to make it an interactive activity. Because if we are looking at translation within a literary culture, we need to understand this fact that translation, any translation, is never the translation. It is one constantly in the making. Therefore, there was a necessity to translate the Bible multiple times. There was the necessity to translate the Homeric epics multiple times. Why? There was a necessity to translate the epics, Indian epics, multiple times. And then there was a necessity to translate even, I give the example of Anandamad. You can find many other examples like that. Even within Malayalam literature, if you do a survey, like Indulekha, for example, if you do a survey, you will see how texts were translated again and again across various periods of time. Why? Because the text continued to interact, it continued to expand the bridge between the source and the target culture, and the dialogue continues across a wide spectrum of space and time. So understand translation as a process, forever ongoing, forever dynamic, forever in the making, and forever prone to change and modification. So maybe I will end with this, and I'd like to take your questions. So thank you so much for your patient listening, and once again my sincere thanks to the Department of English, Christ College, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you, to share my thoughts with you. And thank you, my sincere thanks to everyone present here for your patient listening. And I would sincerely solicit your questions, your comments, your observations. Thank you so much.
Now the session is open for questions. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
I can answer from here. Perfect. You can take both of them. I can answer from here.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your thought-provoking lecture. Myself, Matthew Jose, from Christ College, Vizhinjam, Tirunelveli. Sir, in this modern era, there are many translated works. There are many languages around the world which is already extinct or in the verge of its death. So, as a prominent person in this field, do you agree or do you think there existing a challenge in these many languages for its death or its extinction? Many factors were there. So do you think that translation also plays a role in these languages' death or its extinction? Like for an example, a language Syriac, its translated form is Pishita, which is existed in our Malayalam, a translated work of Bible. Now it's in the verge, or we can consider it as a dead language.
Which dead language?
Syriac.
Okay.
Syriac, or in Malayalam it's termed as Suryani. Syriac or Suryani,
right?
Which is a dialect of Aramaic language.
Aramaic,
okay. It comes under the family of Semitic
right.
family.
Right.
So the sole purpose of translation is to simplify, as you mentioned, that localizing it. So as part of this, the core essence of its languages, because it's difficult for many languages to translate into its core. So there existing a challenge for an author from a different culture, the author from different political background and all, to translate that work into its particular core.
So you mean to ask, from a very standardized variety, how to translate and how to preserve the non-standardized, the indigenous versions of a language, how to preserve them, and how role that translation could possibly play, right, in the act of their preservation. Yes, translation. Thank you for your question. Yes, translation would certainly play a crucial role, and here translation has to be a conscious process, as I said, not only in conveying the aesthetic universe of that particular, of the source language into the target language, but translation should also aim at focusing on the fact that the core aesthetic of the source language should be conveyed through translation. So nowadays what we see, we have translations appearing books. So on the verso page, we will have the original text in the source language, And then on the recto page, we will have the English translation. Right. This is a common the way of preserving both the original script and what you can also have if it's in the manuscript, you can also have the original manuscript printed. You can digitize and print it on the verso page, and on the left page, on the right page, you can have the parallel translation into English. So what happens within a particular text? The original text is digitized, it's preserved, and at the same time this is also translated. And here we can also take help of the digital humanities. Possibly if those texts are that's OCR, if they are sort of transferred or transformed into a digital text. And there's a possibility of this would require a lot of exercise though, and a college like Christ College can also take initiatives in this direction because you have science departments. So if there's a project where you digitize old manuscripts and there is a facility for real-time translation into English, the moment you put the cursor on a word, it will provide its translation into English. So if such projects are undertaken, that will go a long way in preserving many texts from the endangered languages. And we need the digital archive because, and also say not all texts are printed. There could be, as I said, orality, the texts which are present in the oral domain. There could be sound archives embedded into a textual form. There are many things that we can do. As I said, intersemiotic translation, it's a fascinating area of research. And if we all put our heads together, a lot of work that could be done. It's a fascinating area. We need some little money for these projects and a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of determination to get this done. So maybe we have young scholars in front of us. I hope that one of you take up these projects maybe as part of your PhD research, or maybe you can also try having departments. Since you have self-financing departments, you can have a department of say cultural text and records. Jadavpur University has a department like that, where you preserve documents, you collect documents. Students could be given projects to go to the interiors, collect manuscripts from churches, from temples, from mosques, digitize them, build an archive, open it for people to study, let it be disseminated. But this could be a fascinating way to take translation forward in the larger sense of the term.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Don't worry, if you have more questions, Durjati will be here for some time. You can always approach him. So we have time for one more question.
Maybe someone from the back. Was I audible to you throughout the lecture? Right? Okay, then you can't say I didn't hear anything. Or if you have missed out something, feel free to ask anything, as long as it is on translation. Yeah. Anyway, they may ask if they want to. Any comments?
Okay. So thank you, Durjati. As a token of appreciation, we'd like to present you with something to take back home. I welcome our HOD and Dean of International Affairs, Dr. KJ Varghese, to present our gift. I invite Dr. Durjati Sharma and his beloved wife, Mrs. Nabanita, to the stage to receive it. Thank you, everyone. Now we break for tea for 15 minutes, and then we'll have the next technical session by Priya ma'am. So it's a tea break, everyone. Tea is served outside. You have to get out of the seminar hall for the tea.
Okay, we have just 15 minutes, okay? So you should go out, tea is served just outside the auditorium, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, okay? Quick. To introduce the speaker, I invite Assistant Professor Ajay R. Raj to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have with us Dr. Priya K. Nair to lead the second session of our National Conference on Translation. Talking about Dr. Priya K. Nair, she teaches at St. Teresa's College at Ernakulam. And her career begins, not the career, academic life begins her bachelor's in Calicut University, and she also done her master's from Calicut University itself. She did her PhD from Kannur University. Ma'am also had a teaching career in UI for a while, and also she had done her diploma in journalism from Symbiotic Institute, Pune. And ma'am is also known for her English language teaching, and she also associated with various curriculum framework preparations for different universities both inside Kerala and outside. And moreover, her career as a teacher, she's known for her as a practitioner of translation. And two works that really shine in her profile is the T.D. Ramakrishnan's translation of Sugandhi and Andal Devanaiga, and also Francis Sitikora. I think that is the beauty of her translation career, which also brings her here to talk about her experience in translation. And before I invite, there is also a personal element of my kind of introduction to her when I was in college. Back 4 years back, I was enrolled in this program called Popular Literature, and we were discussing Sri Lankan literature and politics with one of my favorite faculty, Dr. Smita Gangotra. And that is when I stumbled upon this amazing book, Sugandhi and Andal Devanaiga, which involved the history, politics, the kind of mythology that is involved in the Chola rule. So I told my faculty, ma'am, there is this interesting book in Malayalam which is talking about all of these things. And ma'am asked if I can find a translation for this. And I stumbled upon Priya ma'am's work, and I informed my faculty, Dr. Smita Gangotra, ma'am, there is this book. And she read the book and she really got interested in that work, and she said, I really appreciate the sheer amount of effort that has gone into this translation. So that is when I got introduced to this name, Dr. Priya K. Nair. And 4 years down the line, I am here to also invite her and introduce her to this august audience of translation interested crowd. So we welcome you, ma'am, to this interesting platform of translation and your personal journey and experience as a translator, especially if you could talk about those two books. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Let me first thank Ajay for that lovely introduction. Thank you, Dr. Varghese, the Department of English, HOD, and everybody who invited me to speak to you today on translation. The examples that I will be using will be from Malayalam. So if there are people who do not know Malayalam, kindly excuse me. And now we are at a juncture, as far as language is concerned, I think we are at a juncture that the human species has never been before. Because we now have created a machine that can hallucinate. We now have created an object that can think for itself. Because till now, we thought that the machine merely obeyed commands. The machine merely did what we asked it to do. But now we have things like ChatGPT, I've used the word thing with intention, that can tell us lies based on imagination, something which only human beings could do. So we are at a juncture when the idea of what it is to be human is being questioned, it's being challenged, and something else is sort of emerging. So it is at this juncture that I will be talking about translation and the effects of translation on the text, the receiver, the receiving audience, as well as the identity of the translator. So when we talk about translation, I think this is something all of us do, consciously or unconsciously. We translate every day through our daily interactions. we translate our thoughts into words and words into images. This goes on. Even in the same language, translation has to be done. Because if I were to introduce the tragedies of Shakespeare to my students, who are all just 18 or above, if I told them, ഇന്ന് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പോണത് ഡാർക്കാണ്, സീനാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ automatically they will understand. So these are words that are not just belonging to a particular language, they belong to a particular generation, a particular group. So there is a translation between generations as well. So on one hand, you have the machine that has begun the work of translation, the machine that has begun the work of the writer, the machine can imagine, and on the other hand, we have people also struggling to redefine themselves in a fast-changing world of words. So when you talk about translation, there are very different approaches to translation. For me, I teach translation theory in class, and I practice translation as well. What I have found is that it is not possible to rely on a particular theory of translation and then apply it to your work of translation. This is something, for me, this is very personal. For me, the theory has to emerge. Right. Yeah, what happens is that each time you translate, you come across different ideas which help you to, I guess, carry the text across, homogenize, foreignize the text or Indianize the text, whatever terminology you may wish to call it. Something new emerges each time you attempt to translate. And for me, I speak from my background of translating from Malayalam into English. These are not languages that have a lot in common. So you need to create a world where these experiences, which are quintessentially of Kerala, will resonate in a language that has very little to do with the idea of Kerala itself. I'll just give you one example which might make it clear to you as to the problem. This is what Gayatri Spivak has called rhetoricity in translation, where there are certain areas which it is difficult to carry over. I'm sorry I'm using Malayalam, but yeah, that's how it is. The word Ana Premi is something that we always come across in Kerala, especially in the district of Thrissur. You have this entire group of people who identify themselves as Ana Premigal. Very easy to translate. I can just write people who like elephants, or elephant lovers, or people who, people who are elephant aficionados perhaps. But if I were to draw a feature matrix of what it means to be an Ana Premi in Kerala, then the scenario would slowly, subtly, but surely change. Because an Ana Premi in Kerala enjoys watching captive elephants being paraded in temples with firecrackers which are burst right before them. These animals are very scared of firecrackers. They beat drums in the forest. Drums are beaten so that the animals go away into the interior of the forest. Here we chain them, push them under the hot sun, burst crackers, torture them, and those who enjoy seeing this are called by that term Ana Premigal. How do you translate this as elephant lover? Because in English, this does not resonate. In English, perhaps an elephant lover, when I write the word elephant lover, for a non-Malayali speaking audience, it would mean a person who is interested in wildlife, who goes into the forest, looks at the animal from a distance in its wild, natural habitat. So how do you translate Ana Premigal unless and until you understand the local flavor in which this word is used and how this word will sound in translation if I carry it across very blithely as elephant lover in another language. This is the basic problem of a translator. And unless and until you immerse yourself in both these languages, translation is not going to be an easy process. And next, let me define myself as a translator. I am not an academic translator. I am a translator who wants to translate so that the book will get read. I want people to read the book, to enjoy the book, and not to, I don't consider this essentially as a very academic enterprise where everything that has been said in the Malayalam will be carried over into the English where it might not resonate. So I take a lot of freedom with my translation, with the permission of the author, of course. Because when you enter the dynamics of practical translation, you will find that Barth's idea of the death of the author really doesn't work. The author is very much alive. The author is very much aware of his rights, the copyright, the money that is involved. All these dynamics are there in place. So you can't very blithely think of the death of the author and go about translating any which way you like. So I think I will just talk about a couple of ideas in the area of translation which have interested me while I actually practice this craft. So Borges once happened to say that the original is faithful to the translation, rather than the other way around. So there's to sort of illustrate that, there was a book which won the Booker Prize, written in a Korean language, called The Vegetarian. It didn't create a lot of waves in Korean, but it was translated and then it won the Booker, and it became a major academic endeavor to understand this book closer. But then a study was done into the translation of this book, and it was found that there were many mistranslations. In the first text, the main protagonist did not have much agency, but this was not reflected in the translation. So there were many flaws where, certain parts of the body itself were mistranslated. But the problem was the translation won a lot of academic acclaim, critical acclaim, and went on to win awards. So that is where we think, is the original faithful to the translation, or is the translation faithful to the original? So what does a translator do? A translator, to quote Tim Parks, reads with manic attention to nuance, to cultural implication. And when you try to translate an author, it is not just this one book that you have to familiarize yourself with, but the entire over of this particular author, everything that he or she has written. We need to get into the mind of the author, read all the books that he or she has produced till now before you embark on the journey of translating a particular book. So we understand that we are setting to rewrite this complex thing in a different language, re-elaborating everything, changing everything so that everything remains the same. And you pay respect to the author, as well as you have to have the most resourceful creativity within you. And to quote Tim Parks, imagine shifting the Tower of Pisa into downtown Manhattan and convincing everyone that's in the right place. That is the scale of the task that we are assigned to. So you have production, you have the process of translation, and finally you have the reception of translation. So again, when we get into the process of translation, like I said, you immerse yourself into the reading of the text, you try to find the tone, the tonality of the text, the register that the author has used, that if there is any jargon, that particular nuance of the jargon, the puns the writer has used, all these things you try to figure out before you get into the translation, and then you sort of, with a flourish, you finish the work and you submit it to a publisher. And that is where another character emerges, somebody that we may not have noticed before, but who's very, very powerful, the editor of the publishing house. And if it is a very established publishing house that we are dealing with, they will have a standardized style of writing, Indian English of course, but standardized style is very much in place. So the editor will intervene. I would have liked to reproduce T.D. Ramakrishnan's tone and the way he has used these complex sentences in English, but the editor will sit down and tell me, this is not what we are looking for. We have to slightly alter this. There is a negotiation. If there is a negotiation between the writer and the translator, there is even more, a deeper negotiation between the editor and the translator. But sometimes we have to compromise. Sometimes we have to agree to what the editor is saying. But if you have noticed, this is where the problem also begins. In Malayalam, if you're familiar with Malayalam literature, you have M.T. Vasudevan Nair, who has a distinct tone of his own, Sakriya or M. Mugundan, who have different tones. But all these writers have the same tone in English, haven't you noticed? Even if these writers did not sign their names to their stories, people in Kerala would automatically say, oh, this is written by MT, or that is definitely M. Mugundan, even if we are not familiar with the text itself, because their style, the register is resonating within us. But this may not be visible in the translation because we are forced to cut down these things and to merge with what is known as the accepted variant of the English language, which they prefer to see in translated text. So you have Indian writing on one hand, and translations from regional languages into English on the other hand. And there, if you go deep into the language analysis, you will understand what I am trying to talk about. So, sociologically inspired research on translation gives a lot of importance to the agency of the translator. And it is here that, the idea of the translator being invisible or visible, all these things come to the fore. The translator's gender, the translator's ideological preferences, age, geographical location, all these things have an impact on the translated text. So you have these feminist translators in Kerala who will probably choose only texts that reflect a feminist ideology. I am not one of them. If you have read TDR, you would know what I'm talking about. I don't think you can call him a feminist by any means. The only thing that I can do is talk to him and say, don't you think that this is very, very misogynistic? I could say that, but again, it's not my book, but it is his. So there is a choice that I can make there. If I am a true blue feminist, I could say that, well, I will not translate this book because it does not subscribe to the ideology that I believe in. Or if a long time passes, I can attempt to do a feminist translation of the text, many people have done. I think Meena Kandasamy has attempted to translate the Tirukkural from a very feminist standpoint. So that is also possible. So the problem is that in our research or analysis of translation, not much importance has been given to understand the agency or lack of agency of the translator. So again, who are we writing for? Instead of asking, is this a correct translation or not? The better question that we could raise here is, who are we translating for? Is it for an academic audience? Is it for somebody who wants to read for pleasure? Is it for an Indian audience, or is it for a foreign audience? We do not know. So unless and until we exactly know the target audience, sometimes the translation may not go down well with all sorts of readers. So like I said, you need cultural knowledge, you need to know the idea or the deep culture as well as the surface culture of a locality in order to understand the nuances of language. Now I'll just give you an example of deep culture. Deep culture are the cultural norms that are not easily seen unless you are very close to that specific culture or you spend an extended amount of time in that particular culture. It can include attitude towards authority, concepts of marriage, family dynamic, ideas about time, about personal space. All these things would be factors of what we now understand as deep culture. So I'll just give you one example of how deep culture troubles you during the process of translation. So recently I was translating a collection of short stories written by Shahina Rafiq, who belongs to Calicut, and wonderfully written short stories from an essentially female point of view. That book will be coming out in July or August, I think. Hatchet has bought the rights, and thankfully it's going to see the light of day. Don't imagine that everything that you translate will be published. It's a long, quite difficult, sometimes tragic journey. So coming back to Shahina Rafiq, this time, quite unlike the male writers I've been translating, she does write with a very female point of view. I wouldn't call it a feminist point of view. That's something we need to go into deeper at a different level, but I would call her somebody with an essentially female point of view. Malayalam, she writes about marriage. Bhartavine Eta ennu vilikkunna bharya undalle, Varuneta ennu bharya vilikkum. Eta in translation means elder brother. So, I can't actually make the character called Varun elder brother. Can I make him do that? No, I can't do that. Supposing I give a footnote, Varuneta means eta is a way of addressing your husband in a very respectful manner, considering him to be older than you and all that. A long footnote I could give. But then, remember that not all publishing houses accept footnotes. And then you have brilliant academicians and translators like Harish Trivedi who call it falling at the feet notes. Because it's like you're pleading with them. Look, this is my language. Try to understand me. The question is, when you read an essentially British novel, it's not that you understand or I understand everything that is written there. We make an effort to go and understand these things. They don't give us footnotes, do they? No, not at all. What is black pudding? We have to go and see whether it is sweet or not. Whether they think of it as a dessert or not, it's something up to us. So then why are we sort of falling at their feet and asking them to read is a question that certain translators pose and certain publishing houses also insist upon. So the easy way out is what? I can make her call the husband Varun. Very easy. But the problem is, all these minor, so-called minor things actually go into character building. The agency of the wife who calls her husband by the name is not the same as the wife who addresses her husband as eta. There is a difference in agency. So that's what, it has been said that you lose something on one page, you try to regain it somewhere else. So we have to negotiate. I might actually write Varun eta and put eta in italics, let it flow. Let somebody understand if they are willing to understand. But I make it very sure that I put in some more effort so that the lack of agency that the wife experiences in this particular marriage dynamic is very clearly portrayed in the text. That is how sometimes translation works. But again, this has to be with the help of and the blessings of the writer, if I could say so. I had also the opportunity of translating a very short story. It's actually a children's story written by Sakriya. But there, we spent around 5 hours talking on the phone, and he went through each word that I wrote, even the punctuation. So there are writers like that as well who get completely involved in the process of translation. And there are writers who would give me freedom and say, you choose. The language is yours, you choose. TDR is one such person. So this is what I was trying to tell you. And unless and until we get the implications of what deep culture or the deep culture nuances of a specific geographical area is, we may not be able to be very successful in the process of translation. Another example, which I often use in my classroom, is and I think it is no longer in use now, but up to a certain period, the endearments that were used by Malayali men, Karale nokke vilikkum alle. Karale actually means liver. How do you translate it? Do you say my liver? It doesn't sound good at all. So then there are two things which happen here. One, I would change it to my heart, my soul, and all that. On the other hand, I would also wonder why the Malayali man gives so much importance to his liver. One reason is that, this is a state which is quite alcohol dependent for its revenue. So the first thing which gets short is the liver. This is not there in English. They call it my heart, my whatever, but not my liver. So this is a point where you actually reflect upon your culture also. Because you have the man who calls a woman Karale, the woman who calls the man Eta, and we all who call the sadist as elephant lover. So there are problems in our culture which become very evident when we start the process of translation. So translators, therefore, must make choices. Like I said, if you have a very strong belief in the ideology of feminism, you're a strident feminist, probably you wouldn't choose a writer who is not a feminist. That is a choice that's very free to make. Nobody is forcing you to do any sort of translation. Then, because in the process of translation, because the translator cannot transpose everything in a source text to a receptor language, because there is something called anisomorphism, which means difference, subtle shades of difference of language. Then there are asymmetries in culture. That meaning in a text is both underdetermined as well as open. The text can also make contradictory demands on you. And because information load is associated with implied by the source text is excessive, among other reasons. So all these problems are there, and therefore a translator is forced to make these brutal choices, I would say, as to know what to do with ETA, what to do with your endearment, what to do with all these things. And the most difficult part, I would say, when it comes to Malayalam, is the translation of jokes. Translating jokes become tragic, because jokes believe, you need to have some sort of a shared culture in order to understand what a joke is and what it is not. You need, and puns will drive you crazy because you wouldn't know what to do with a pun. So the idea is that you delete something here, but then you add something somewhere else where you could make it mix and match and be there. I'll just give you another example. This is not from my translation. When I speak to people from 18 to 25, I'm very worried to ask them the question whether do you read എന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു വലിയ ചോദ്യമാണ്. I don't know whether I could ask that question. But if you have the habit of reading, and if you have read M.T. Vasudevan Nair in Malayalam, there is a particular way in which he uses language, particularly when his protagonists speak. The protagonist's use of dialogue is slightly different from the way usual writers use Malayalam. The subject, verb, object order is inversed most often. Excuse me, but I will have to use Malayalam here. ഞാൻ അന്നേ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ എന്ന് പകരം പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഞാൻ അന്നേ എന്നായിരിക്കും ഒരു ക്യാരക്ടർ ചോദിക്കുക. അതൊരു എക്സ്പ്രഷനാണ്. ഇറ്റ് കൺവേസ് എ സോർട്ട് ഓഫ് ഇമോഷൻ ആസ് വെൽ, which is completely lost in the English translation if you could look at it. And even there are two translations for Randamuram, Bhima the Lone Warrior as well as The Second Chance. Both of these are very different books because the agency of the translator is also very different. But the question is whether these books have actually made an impact on the larger reading public, the people who could not read Malayalam, whether it has influenced them the same way it had an entire generation of people when Randamuram was published. And I ask this question specifically because we have authors like Orhan Pamuk, Marquez, whom we have only read in translation. We have never gone to the language in which they wrote. I'll just give you a personal example. I still am a die-hard fan of Pamuk, and for a long time, I didn't realize that Pamuk was translated. What happens, only when you start translating do you look for the name of the translator. And Pandaka used to be hidden somewhere in the back cover or hardly ever seen. So I used to think that Pamuk was writing his own stuff. At a later stage, I understood that Maureen Freely was his translator. Excellent translations. And then I come to this book called The Red-Haired Woman. I couldn't move beyond a single paragraph of Red-Haired Woman. I was stumbling over many blocks as I read this. And I wondered, is this Pamuk? It doesn't sound like or read like. The texture is completely different. And then I realized that the translator had changed. So then we take a step back and start thinking again, was it Pamuk that I was reading, or was it Maureen Freely that I was so immersed in? That is a question. And I'm sure that if Marquez had not been translated with so much sensitivity, perhaps Kerala would not have been such great fans of his writings. So, literary translation, so without saying it, you'll understand, it is a very complex activity involving a multiplicity of choices about, like I said, the voice, tone, register, rhythm, syntax, echoes, connotation, denotation, the color and texture of words. For example, dialect. Dialects are notoriously difficult to translate, and many theorists on translation have come up with the idea that you can't translate dialects. I think Asher actually tried to translate Bashir, actually translated Bashir, so to speak, but I don't know how effective that translation is. Whether Bashir has transcended the borders of Kerala is something that we need to think about. And remember that Bashir is still open for translation. If you can find the right idiom to translate Bashir, welcome to it. You should try a hand at least translating a short story written by Bashir. So Asher, who again was not, he spoke English as his mother tongue. He is the one who tried to translate Bashir, and Bashir's dialect, the way in which Bashir wrote that particular tonality that he conveyed in Malayalam, I don't think was actually recreated in the translation. Now, personally, I had a similar experience. Ajay asked me to speak about Ittikora, and here it is. Ittikora has a character called Benny. Benny speaks in the Kunnamgulam dialect. Now, what do you do? And Benny is a very important character, and TDR has given a lot of importance to the way he behaves and the way he speaks. So, after a point, I asked TDR, can we kill off Benny in English? What do I do with this man? Then he gave me, he suggested something to me. He said, read what I have written about Benny. He said, Benny, again switching into Malayalam, Benny Kunnangulathukaranana, ellatthilum pishikkaana. Kachi kurkiye samsarikkum cheyullu, angane thanne paisayum chelavakkullu. Everything is succinct, everything. He's stingy with words, he's stingy with money. You catch that. And then you try to create a series of sentences where there are no adjectives, no adverbs, nothing descriptive, to the point, sometimes monosyllabic. That is how I translated Benny without having to murder him. Otherwise, I do not know what I would have done. Because dialectical translation, we might feel that I've done a very good job translating this dialect, but it may not resonate with the reading public. They will find it very difficult to read. So it remains an excellent academic exercise, but it fails when you push it out as something popular, that's something that will appeal to popular imagination. So this is a particular idea which has, I found it quite interesting as far as translation goes. So Mandelbrot has asked the following question about something quite we might feel is unrelated to translation. How long is the coast of Britain? His answer was that there might be no answer because there is no single answer to that question. Why? And he points out that an observer from a satellite would make a guess that may be shorter than a travel writer who negotiates every inlet, every bay, every curve on the beach. And this would be shorter than a tiny insect that has to negotiate every pebble as it moves along the coast of Britain. His suggestion was that the coastline had a characteristic degree of roughness or irregularity, and that this degree remained constant across different scales. He called this new geometry fractal geometry. And it is this notion of fractal geometry, of fractal traveling of the intercultural researcher in translation studies that allows for an elaboration of the concept of the micro-cosmopolitan and the nuancing of cosmopolitanism. And it applies to different social, cultural, and political realities. So one is this idea of the micro-cosmopolitan movement using this notion of fractal traveling across a particular text. The micro-cosmopolitan movement actually, it is situating minor or micro-level diversity, difference, exchange at micro-levels of society, and challenges the real or imagined elite on a cosmopolitan level, which means they have lost this idea of the local, the ethnic, and they emerge into cosmopolitan beings. So micro-cosmopolitanism actually goes deeper into this. I'll just give you another example. Narayan wrote this novel called Kocherete. He deliberately uses the dialect used by people living on the coastline. It was translated into English and published by Penguin. The highlight of this novel was that Narayan used a dialect which was not deemed suitable for writing a novel, right? Because you have this idea that all characters in Malayalam should speak a particular dialect. And നമ്മുടെ M.T. കമലാദാസും ഒക്കെ ഒരു വള്ളുവനാടൻ ശൈലി പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ? അപ്പം that becomes very evident in Malayalam movies as well. Because in Malayalam movies it's quite interesting or ironic, I would say. You have a father, a mother, and 4 sons, and each of them speaks a very different dialect. You have Suresh Gopi who speaks the Kollam dialect, Vijay Raghavan who speaks a Kottayam dialect, Innocent who speaks the dialect of some other ille. So, and we accept all these things because we are quite used to that. But certain dialects gain importance because certain writers use them, and that is considered to be elitist and all that. So Narayan was deliberately making a point when he wrote this novel using this particular dialect. So there are two choices. Either you translate the dialect word by word, syllable by syllable, but perhaps it will become unreadable. Or you opt for a standardized version of the text, where at least the idea or the story or the plot gets conveyed to the reader, but this particular notion of the revolutionary notion of using a very marginalized dialect gets completely erased in translation. So that is a choice. So the capacity for translation between different languages has always existed from the advent of writing. But with the advent of colonial modernity, like the keynote speaker spoke about print capitalism, it is only then that translation itself emerged as a sort of a cultural form, and it was a function of communication as well between different cultures. So it is only becoming very clear now that the logic of translation has extended beyond the simple belief that everything can be translated to the recognition that every culture can translate itself and others. Is this a possibility? So, like we spoke about fractal geometry, the most general one about translation is that the idea of the inside-outside. Perhaps we could use the rhizome, the assemblage, which Deleuze and Guattari put forward. It is not stable, it is not fixed, it is not rigid, rather it changes along with context. You could also factor in, this is for the research scholars, if you are interested in doing research in these areas, use Lathor's idea of the actor network theory as well. Because you have machine at one point, the human on the other node, multiple humans, multiple writers. So you can also factor in the actor network theory. But let me tell you, Google Translate is not a very, very reliable source. Innale vare, innendannu ariyilla, Shima konnanu type cheyidale, killed by Shima എന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത്. So because the machine has not gathered or captured enough data, people like me are still safe. We have a job. So other dynamics of translation are the local, the global, the self and the other, the particular, the universal, past, present, the core and the periphery. It is the nature of these translations that the very term of translation is altered in the process and something new is created. So what is foreignized, what is domesticated? When a translator is considering how to translate a Hindi text for an English-speaking audience in India, or an English-speaking audience in Britain, or in Australia, or all three. These are very, very difficult choices. Due to cultural differences, the audience to whom the translation is intended for has different expectations and understanding of the text from the audience who read the originals. So, I spoke to you initially about the death of the author. Cronin says that it is not easy to celebrate the death of the translator as well, because the translators were already inside the tomb for many years. Nobody even paid much attention to the translator until very recently. So let us wait a bit before we kill the translator. So this is the main thrust. A translator's identity, it doesn't come from nowhere. There is a primary identity, citizenship of a particular time, of a particular place, a certain religious belief, everything, factors such as race, gender, desire, class, education, and ideological features all have an impact on the translation, and they leave an imprint on the translated work as well. So different historical times has had different norms and standards on translation. I'm sure that, you know, if you have done your translation studies paper, you would have been told about the translation of Shakuntalam, where in the English version, Shakuntala cannot sweat. Sweating was described by Kalidasa in a very erotic manner, because Sweating is very common in India. But when they translated it, heroines in English, Western literature don't sweat because most of them are very elite and they don't have to do hard physical labor to sweat. So that was a major crisis. How do I make my heroine sweat? So Shakuntala sweats in India, but not so when she travels. So different historical time, like I said, has different norms and standards on the process of translation. And this is again determined by your target reader and the purpose of translation. The translator's native culture and nation also affect their choices. Therefore, I would suggest that when you embark on a study of translation, study the translator as well. Study the ideology of the translator. And the only actual affirmative evidence that we have is the translator's note. When the translator comes to the forefront and tells you, these are the reasons I have chosen to do this book, these were my difficulties. Apart from that, try to read between the lines and try to find out the ideological preferences of the translator, the desire of the translator. Another theoretical standpoint that I would like to suggest as far as translation is concerned is to use Lefebvre's, this is again used by Cronin in his work, where he has used Lefebvre's idea of the production of space. And he talks about two ways in which a house can be seen. The house can be seen as something which is rigid, unmovable, the fixed shape on the horizon. A house, according to Lefebvre, can also be presented as an image of complex mobilities, an in and out of conduits, and this includes electricity, water supply, telephone, information technology, everything. So, this is the representative ambiguity, the rigid / fluid of the house, which parallels the particle / wave duality of the atomic world that Zohar and Marshall talks about in the quantum. So this is again connecting it to physics. Please don't think I'm making it difficult, but if you are, very interested in what is happening in the world of literary theory, I'm sure that you would have heard the name of Karan Barad, who uses the idea of quantum mechanics in order to understand feminism. So this is also not that different. So the wave particle, that sort of dichotomy is also used here in order to understand the concept of translation. So Zohar and Marshall talk about the house that exists both as an object and as a wave, the node of crisscrossing the wave of energy, information, goods. So they argue for a quantum duality where people or houses can be conceived at the same time both as particle and as waves. So this is exactly what we try to do in translation as well. In the concept of the particular, it is the wave-like properties that connect the global and the local. Right, so that is an area where you can actually explore. And translators, within this framework, they select some aspects or some part of the text to highlight and to preserve. They prioritize and privilege some parameters and not the others. So translators represent some aspects of the source text fully or partially, but not all. Like I said, this idea of global flows in between and the wave of culture that flows and the text that remains as a particular particle somewhere there. So there is this constant negotiation which happens. So I'll just move on to a particular point that I would like to make. I know, that's why. That's why I'm rushing. Yes. There's something called stealth gloss. This is because I spoke to you about the notion, 5 more minutes, yeah. I spoke to you about the notion of footnotes where sometimes it's not possible for you to have a footnote. So Jason Grunbaum in 2013 comes up with this idea of the stealth gloss. The stealth gloss is the incorporation of contextual information that is presumed self-evident by the original writer but is deeply unfamiliar for the readers of translation. I'll just give you one. I wanted to give this example, and that is why I was looking for this particular term, the stealth gloss. So there was this book, space history about Mahi. I'm not sure if you have heard of Mahi. It's in the north of Kerala. That's where I come from. So this person had written about Mahi in Malayalam. And there was one sentence that he wrote, and he says, Kavugal. Mahil ishtam pole kavugal undairunnu. So then you stop for a moment. How do you translate kavu? Do you say Kavu, footnotes? Again, the old problem arises. So you think, no footnote. Shall I call it a sacred grove or a small temple or whatever? Then you go deeper into the text, and he says, ഒരു 10 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ് when I came back to Mahi after 10 years, പല കാവുകളും അമ്പലങ്ങളായി മാറിയിരുന്നു. So again, you need to get that deep culture nuance. What he is trying to tell you is that the kava was a space where there was no Brahminical hegemony, right? Because people of a marginalized caste were priests, and they were the gods as well at certain points of time. തെയ്യമൊക്കെ വരുന്നത് അങ്ങനെയാണ്, കാവുകളിലാണ്. But when he comes back to Kerala, he says, പല കാവുകളും അമ്പലങ്ങളായിട്ട് മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. I cannot actually write many kavus had become temples. It doesn't work there. It will not resonate with the audience, and the political idea that he is trying to convey will be completely lost in translation. So we have to bring in the idea, the kava, which does not mark any hegemonical structures, we have changed into Brahminical spaces. So that is known as stealth gloss. And stealth gloss is what most of us have to, by force, use during the process of translation. I'll just give you one more example and stop. There is a book called Acid, written by Sangeeta Srinivasan. She's Sarah Joseph's daughter, and she's a writer in her own merit, but yeah, that's how perhaps you would recognize her. So Acid is a novel Sangeeta wrote first in Malayalam, and then she herself translated into English. This is an exercise for people who want to do research in translation. ഈ ആസിഡ് പുറത്ത് വന്നപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ടായി, ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ് കെയിം വിത്ത് എ ടാഗ് ലൈൻ, ആസിഡ് ലെസ്ബിയൻ സ്റ്റോറി എന്ന്. That is labeling it. Would you call Chemmin a heterosexual story? I don't know. So this has a problem there. The translation in English is far smoother to read than the text in Malayalam. There are two reasons for this. One is it's a lot about psychedelic literature. You know, one of the protagonists uses drugs, and a lot of description is there. So psychedelic literature has an already established vocabulary in English, which is not there in Malayalam. So in Malayalam, it sounds very strange, it sounds very unfamiliar, because we are not used to reading such descriptions. Whereas in English, it is already there, already established. So it's a seamless flow when you get into English. And then translating desire. How do you translate desire? Or writing about homoerotic desire is not an easy process when you come to Malayalam, because there is hardly any precedent to fall back upon. So it's a very new area to us. And you have many new writers coming up with this concept. How do you translate camp talk? Camp talk is a particular way of speaking among the LGBTQ community, and how do you actually translate this into your regional tongue? So translation, there is definitely an act of violence when you erase such, what do I call them? Political particles which are very clearly there, very clearly present in the text. You sort of have to by force remove them. So a translator does do violence on the text, but with great sensitivity, because like I said earlier, if one part is removed, then the other part, you have to compensate for it. And I would stop by comparing translating to a process known as slow cooking. So slow cooking takes time. You have to immerse yourself in it. So there are a number of writers who have come up with this idea that we are living in a world where you're saturated by words. You know, every day, of course you talk, but then you have these text messages, these emails, all these things, you're surrounded with words. So sometimes we use words unthinkingly. Everything is exaggerated sometimes. A child, the first step a child takes, or a drawing that the child does, is terrific, is wonderful, it's amazing. A war is a job that we have to do. There are two extremes there. This is unthinking use of words and unthinking use of metaphors, of course. Translation demands attention. Translation is like slow cooking. You need to immerse yourself in a text, read word by word, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph, go to the entire world created by the author through words, and then embark on this process. So living as we do in this era of attention economy, where the greatest prized object, whether you know it or not, is your attention, translation is a way to slow down, to embrace the fact that you can savor words, feel their flavor on your tongue, and then embark onto the process of creativity. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Questions are welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I had an observation regarding translation. This one short story that I was translating. So it is a very popular short story, and it came out in Assamese in 1970s, and I translated it in 2020, and then into English. So everything was fine. Then it went through the rounds of editing and whatever happens. Last moment, the publisher said it was an edited collection. So the publisher informed the editor that this story cannot go as it is. And why? Because the story has racial content. Now this particular story was written in 1970. It's called Gohabor by Bhavendranath Soikya. It's translated into English as The Cavern, and it's based on the apartheid regime in South Africa around that time. So there are always racial references, of that time, which are contextualized within the story. But the publisher refused to publish it because there are obviously racist statements and all, but those were contextualized, and unless and until I remove them or I change them, the translation cannot go through. And the editor asked me, what do? I said, obviously those statements are part and parcel of the narrative. And that particular story existed within Assamese literary world almost for 1970, for 50 years. It created no ripples within the Assamese society, but the moment it goes out, it could have resonances. So I had to delete those portions. And the whole last paragraph of the story had to be chalked out, and that's how it got published. So these are the problems, these are the travails of translation. When the moment the text gets out, it becomes subject to new interpretations and newer challenges, as you talked about. I just wanted to share that experience of translation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes, one from Ajay.
Yes.
Yes, Ajay.
Hi, ma'am. Sorry to ask the repeated question, but again, I just want to see how you negotiated with Sugandhi and Aldeva Naika, because a couple of questions, ma'am. Sorry to intervene. One thing, there is a huge public pressure because it is such a popular text. It's already made a huge impact in Malayalam. Number two, you are dealing with multiple trajectory of things, because there is Sri Lankan politics, the deep-rooted history of Tamil, Simhala politics of violence, hatred. And on the other hand, you have, if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm factually wrong, you are also dealing with the Chola history,
Yes, you're right.
the Vajrayana Buddhism, and also the shift between Tamil history then to the contemporary Sri Lankan politics. So you are crisscrossing across different trajectory, and you as a translator have to involve into all those history, politics, everything simultaneously as well. So how do you negotiate? I mean, you have to also indulge in all those things, and all, on the other hand, you cannot use as the author as a primary source when it comes to translation. So
Yeah.
how do you negotiate with all of those public pressure and also the element of research and indulgence that you have to do?
The thing is, I'm very happy as long as the characters are not in Kerala. Because if they're in Kerala, they would be speaking in Malayalam. TDR's characters travel across the world. So presumably, what he is doing is itself a translation. They're speaking in Sendamil, so he's translating it into Malayalam. Somebody is from the US, definitely they would be speaking in English. Sri Lanka, they would be speaking Sinhalese. It's when they reach Kerala that my problem begins. But to answer your question, Ajay, there are two types actually of the language that was used. One was a bit archaic when the Sugandhi factor comes in, and one is very modern and racy and all that. So that was maintained. The type of English, slightly archaic, slightly, the old-fashioned sort of thing that went in for the mythological part of it, and the political part of it was the current idiom that was used. And again, there was this conversation between Rajani Thiranagama and Prabhakaran. That conversation was completely edited out by Harper. They said, we can't use this at all. It will get all of us into trouble. Therefore, they completely edited out that section. But Sugandhi, apart from that, everything else was translated. Nothing was left out from the translation of Sugandhi. And the greatest recognition comes when the moment the book is out, within a week, the first emails that I received were from Sri Lanka. And they wanted to know whether TDR was, how did the writer get to know so much about Sri Lanka was what they first asked. The second question was, how do we get rights to translate this into Sinhalese? So it's a great responsibility also, because they are not translating TDR's Malayalam Sugandhi, but my version of Sugandhi into Sinhalese. So that, like I said, it paid off rich dividends as well. A completely different experience was when I translated Dead Men Tell Tales, which was an autobiography by Dr. Umadatan, a forensic surgeon. And that was very easy for me because most of the terms are scientific terms. They would have been in English. He's put them in Malayalam. So it was a back translation. That was a very easy thing for me. And there are a number of web series that are going to come out based on this translation of Dead Men Tell Tales. So yeah, it goes out in different ways once it comes in English.
ഹലോ മാം, മാം തന്നെയല്ലേ ഇട്ടിക്കോരയും ആൽഫയും? അപ്പോൾ മാം പറഞ്ഞു അണ്ടാൾ ദേവനായകി മലയാളം ക്യാരക്ടർ അല്ല, പക്ഷേ ഇട്ടിക്കോര തീർച്ചയായും മലയാളി ക്യാരക്ടറാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ഇറ്റാലിയൻ റിനൈസൻസും ഹൈപ്പേഷ്യയും എല്ലാം കടന്നു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ആസ്പെക്റ്റ് എങ്ങനെ മാം ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനിൽ അതിന് എങ്ങനെ നേരിട്ടു? അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു ആന്ത്രോപോസെൻട്രിക് ആസ്പെക്റ്റും കൂടെ ഉണ്ട് ആൽഫയ്ക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ അതും എങ്ങനെ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനിൽ മാം?
ആൽഫ വാസ് ദി ഈസിയസ്റ്റ്. കാരണം ആൽഫ ദേ ഗിവ് അപ്പ് ലാംഗ്വേജ്. Then it is all the same, right? And they're living on an island which is not in Kerala, which is not anywhere. So Alpha was the easiest to translate. For all, I've translated everything that he's written so far. Mama Africa, which is Uhuru in English. Everything, but Itikora was slightly difficult. And I don't know whether the translation is up to the mark as well, to be very honest. Perhaps if I were to sit back and do Itikora once more, perhaps it would emerge better, because now I'm more familiar with T.D. Ramakrishnan's work. Anna, I had just read Itikora. He had only written Itikora, so that was the only reference text available for me. So I just did the best I could.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your questions and your patient listening.
So, as a token of our gratitude and love, we have something for you, ma'am. I invite the Vice Principal and the convener of the program, Associate Professor Pallikattil Mary Patros, to hand it over for you. Thank you, everyone. Now we break for lunch. The lunch arrangement is like this. All the resource persons who will be escorted by the faculty members of Christ College to their specific place for lunch. Now, delegates from SH Chalakudi, Carmel College Mala, St. Joseph's College Irinyalakuda, and registered students of our own college, Christ College, will be served in the college auditorium. So I request the delegates from these colleges to move out, and you'll be served lunch in the college auditorium. Once again, delegates from SH Chalakudi, Carmel College, Mala, St. Joseph's College, Irinyalakuda, and registered students of our own Christ College will be served lunch in the college auditorium. I request all of them to go to the college auditorium. You will be served lunch in the auditorium. About others.
Okay, I think it's clear. Teachers, research scholars, and students from Christ College Vizhinjam and St. Aloysius, okay, can proceed to our hotel management section for their lunch. All other invited registered guests should move to auditorium for their lunch. I think it's clear. Teachers and research scholars, then students from Trivandrum and St. Aloysius College can move to our, you'll be guided by our volunteers, can move to the college hotel management department for lunch, and all others should move to the auditorium for lunch, and you'll be guided by our volunteers. Okay, thank you.
Please be back at 2:15 p.m. for the next session after lunch.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries of the dais and the resource person for the next session, friends, Romans, countrymen. നമ്മുടെ പ്രൈം മിനിസ്റ്റർ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഇതുവരെ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടത് ചെറിയൊരു ട്രെയിലർ മാത്രമാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ട്രെയിലർ മാത്രമാണ്. പിക്ചർ അബിബി ബാക്കി ഹേ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് ലെറ്റ് മീ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ദ സ്പീക്കർ ഫോർ ദി നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെഷൻ. Your joy becomes doubled when you have your own alumni as the resource person for the day. I think and I believe Jinoy was the first batch of the functional English department, Christ College Irinjalakuda, and he has become the resource person for the day. And Jinoy is a senior journalist based in Chennai. Currently he is the senior deputy editor and digital editor with Hindu's Friendline magazine. Jinoy has worked with media groups such as India Today, Outlook, Down to Earth and many more. He has certain books in his credit on technology and social affairs. He wrote 2 non-feature films which was awarded. Names of the movies are Burning, which was in Indian Panorama 2018, and the famous one Dami. He also is the founder and publisher of India Art Review. So without much delay, let us listen from the horse's mouth. Jinoy is here, right? Okay. So over to you, Jinoy. Thank you for coming.
One second. ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഒരു ഹെൽപ്പ് എനിക്ക് വേണം. ഇതിലിപ്പോൾ ഓരോ സ്ലൈഡായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഓരോ PDF ആണല്ലോ, അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഓരോ പേജായിട്ട് കാണാൻ ചെയ്യാം. ആ, ഞാനിത് ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കും. ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്താൽ വന്നു. ഓക്കെ, ഇനി നമ്മൾ ഇതിനടുത്തിട്ട് ഷോ ഇൻ ഫോൾഡർ. ഓക്കെ, എന്നിട്ട് അക്രോബാറ്റ് കൊടുക്കാം. ഇനി നമ്മൾ ഇതിനെ ഫുൾ പേജ് എന്തായിരുന്നു? 11 എന്തായിരുന്നു? കാലൊക്കെ മാറിയിട്ടാണ്. അല്ല, വ്യൂ ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ പഴയ കാലൊക്കെ പോയാ മെനു വ്യൂ പേജ് ഡിസ്പ്ലേ ഫുൾ സ്ക്രീൻ മോഡ് കൺട്രോൾ എല്ലാം ആണ്. ഇനി നാവിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ അങ്ങനെ. ഓക്കെ, ഫൈൻ. ഇനി കൊടുത്തോ. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a cruelty to talk to you about translation after good meals. It's pain, I know. You have to put up with me for at least an hour, and I'll try my best to make it as boring as possible. When I was anyway, thank you so much. This is my second lecture here. The first one was on an equally boring, suitably boring subject, but I think they haven't learned their lesson yet. So they keep calling me. So when I started researching on this topic, just last week, my wife asked me, what is it about? I said it's on translation in journalism and mass media. So she said, what is there? What is unique about it? So then it struck me something funny, because my wife works with a company called Ernst & Young, EY. Have you heard of it? Yeah, it's one of the biggest consulting companies. So sometime back, a newspaper in Malayalam, they got a news release where one of the government departments has invited Ernst & Young, her company, as a consultant for some of the Kudumbashree projects. Okay, and the next day, a Malayalam newspaper carried the press release. So the press release, the bit of news that was carried said, the original release was this: the government has invited Ernst & Young consultancy to look into the reform process initiated by the Kudumbashree collective, something like that. So the translation went like this: കുടുംബശ്രീയുടെ നവീകരണ പ്രവർത്തനം നടത്തുന്നതിനുള്ള കൺസൾട്ടൻസി ചുമതല ഊർജ്ജസ്വലവും ചെറുപ്പവുമുള്ള കമ്പനിയെ ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നാണ്. I don't want to take the name of the newspaper. ഊർജ്ജസ്വലതയുള്ളതും യൗവനയുക്തമെന്നോ മറ്റോ എഴുതിയിരുന്നത്, യൗവനയുക്തവുമായ. കാരണം the translator, the sub-editor had fun with this. So Ernst & Young became ഊർജ്ജസ്വലതയുള്ളതും. But I mean, to be fair on the sub-editor, he gave a better translation, but he didn't get it right. So this is one of the many examples. Standard & Poor's എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കമ്പനി കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ ആരെങ്കിലും? Have you heard of it? Standard & Poor's. It's one of another consulting company. അപ്പോൾ നിലവാരമുള്ളതും ദരിദ്രവുമായ കമ്പനി എന്നുള്ള പരിഭാഷ മലയാളത്തിൽ തന്നെ വന്നതാണ്. It is carried by Malayalam newspapers. So this is a funny note to start this conversation with, because translation, the topic I picked was the title is Babel journalism. Why? Because we all know the biblical allusion to it, right? Because it's in India, a country like India, where there are hundreds of languages in the vernacular, and mass media functions within this fulcrum of all this multiple languages. A lot of errors creep in, and every day, as consumers, readers, we come across truckloads of such examples. Ernst & Young ഊർജ്ജസ്വലന, ഈ ചൂടുള്ള പട്ടി എത്തുന്ന കഥ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ നിങ്ങൾ? It was carried by a newspaper. I don't want to name it. So so this happened a few years ago. There was a competition somewhere in United States where someone had taken how many hot dogs? More than 60 hot dogs, and that guy won the competition. So when a sub-editor sitting inside Malayalam newspapers decided to call it literally, and hot dog became garam kutta, So this became a blot on the history of Malayalam journalism, and everywhere you go, and this was translated and detranslated, and it was carried across the country as memes. And so whenever there is a discussion on mass media and translation, this pops up. Not only this, there are countless examples. കുറച്ച് കാലം മുമ്പ് നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും, this keeps repeating. തീവ്രവാദികളെ റെയ്ഡ് നടത്തി ആർമി ഒരുപാട് എന്താ പറയുക തോക്കുകളും 10 മാസികകളും പിടിച്ചെടുത്തു നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? മാഗസീൻസ്. എന്ത് മാഗസീനാണ് അവർ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കണേ? ദ ബുള്ളറ്റ് മാഗസീൻ അല്ലേ? പക്ഷെ മലയാളത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് ഇപ്പോഴും ദാറ്റ് മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് കീപ്സ് റിയൽ സ്റ്റിൽ എ മാസിക ഫോർ മലയാളം ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പേഴ്സ്. Then when I was researching, I asked a lot of my friends in my circle to give me examples of such mistakes that crept up into Malayalam mass media. അപ്പോൾ ഒരുപാട് മിസ്റ്റേക്കുകൾ പലരും എനിക്ക് അയച്ചു തരുന്നുണ്ടായി. അപ്പോൾ $1 million ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്ന വേർഡാണല്ലേ മില്യൻ. ഒരുപാട് മലയാള പത്രങ്ങളിൽ അത് എന്തായി വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് എപ്പോഴും ദശലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് വിലയുള്ള ചോദ്യം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. അത് ഇറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻസ് എ ലോട്ട് ഇൻ ടെലിവിഷൻ because television you don't really have the time to cross check with someone, or everything is happening in real time, so you have to act in that moment and seize the moment, but sometimes you seize a lot more than in a moment. So that's wings clipped. മലയാളത്തിൽ സ്ഥിരം വരുന്ന ഒരു ഇതാണ് അല്ലേ, വിങ്സ് ക്ലിപ്ഡ്. അതിൻ്റെ പരിഭാഷ എന്താ? അതിനേക്കാൾ രസമുള്ള പരിഭാഷയാണ് ഈ എലിയാസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന അല്ലേ. എലിയാസ് എത്ര പത്രങ്ങളിലാണെന്നറിയോ എലിയാസ് എന്നൊരാളായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്? എലിയാസ് ഇസ് വെരി പ്രിവിലേജ്ഡ് വേർഡ്, ഇറ്റ് ഓൾവേസ് ബിക്കംസ് എ പേഴ്സൺ. പൈപ്പ് ലൈൻ. Oh, I'm അതേനോ ഇപ്പോൾ പൈപ്പ് ലൈൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ there were several projects were in the pipeline നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ. പക്ഷെ അതിന് മലയാളത്തിൽ കൊച്ചിയിൽ നിന്ന് മാത്രം പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിക്കുന്ന എഡിഷനിലുള്ള ഒരു മാഗസീനിലാണ് ഞാനത് കണ്ടത്. I am not showing them deliberately because I am from the fraternity, so I don't want to get into trouble. This is being recorded and a lot of things will go outside, so I have to be 10 years ago it would have been a different scenario, but today I don't risk it. So pipeline again, മലയാളം പത്രങ്ങളിൽ എപ്പോഴും പൈപ്പിനുള്ളിൽ എന്നെഴുതി പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്ത ഇതുണ്ട്. ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ യു മൈറ്റ് തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് I am standing on some other pedestal and looking at my colleagues critically. No, it happened to me also. When I was in Delhi, I joined India Today television in 2006. So India Today, there's a funny thing. India Today has another channel called Aaj Tak. Have you heard of Aaj Tak? Okay, so Aaj Tak is the big channel, and India Today at that point in history it was called Headlines Today. Okay, so the Headlines Today was the sister concern. Okay, so India Today used to get this news flashes from Aaj Tak. So Aaj Tak reporters used to write them in Hindi and they would flash it internally, and you have to pick it up, translate and run your bulletin. So I was in the live desk. So there was, I don't know how many of you heard of this encounter specialist called Daya Nayak. Have you heard of him? Daya Nayak ഈ അബ് തക് ചപ്പൻ എന്നുള്ള സിനിമയൊക്കെ അയാളെ പറ്റിയാണ് എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അയാൾ എൻകൗണ്ടർ സ്പെഷ്യലിസ്റ്റാണ് ദയ നായക്. സോ അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് പോയിന്റ് ഇൻ ഹിസ്റ്ററി ദയ നായക് യൂസ് ടു ബി എ വെരി ഫേമസ് / notorious figure. Okay, so there was a rumor that Daya Nayak will be killed by some of his enemies or whatever. The next day when he comes to Patiala House Court for a hearing, something, there was a rumor. I don't know who planted it in my head. I didn't know. So in the morning I was at the live desk and news flash comes from Aaj Tak internal terminal. It said Adalat mein Daya Nayak pesh. So normally what does it mean? Pesh is like he's come to, he's present. But that pa was written slightly different, and I read it like Adalat mein Daya Nayak lash. What does lash in Hindi mean? Lash, dead body. I was like gone. because I was expecting that someone would gun him down, right? So I immediately called my supervisor, Mohan Pisharodi. He's a very senior journalist, now retired. So I said, Mohan sir, ho gaya, dhamaka ho gaya, to mar gaya sara. So he said, really? Yeah. I said, yeah. So I was typing and I was adding my excitement into the text. I was typing, encounter specialist Dayan Nayak gunned down inside. I didn't know whether it was actually gunned down, but I imagined, okay, someone would have taken a shot at it. So I said, Dayan Nayak gunned down inside Patiala House Court in Delhi. But Mohan sir, being a very trained, good journalist, who doesn't, immediately swallow anything, he asked me, Zara ek bar check kar lena. He's also Malayali. So he told me, okay, kada. So I was in the, that I can empathize with the hot dog sub-editor, okay? Because I wanted to break the story. I told him, no, Aaj Tak is not flashing it. Because they are only waking up to it now. So he said, but when you have the terminal where you have all those TV channels. He said, nobody is saying anything. He said, sir, moment, this is a history. We are creating it. Let's do this. So then, while we were waiting for this, the next flash comes. Unki patni bhi. I was jumping around. I said, what a story. At that point, Netflix wasn't there. Otherwise, I would have immediately said, this could be a Netflix series. This is unfolding in front of our eyes, before our eyes. So I said, I added the next line. His wife too. Both of them were dead, and what a story. Then Mohan sir again told me, just wait for a minute. Then he looked at, then Aaj Tak, of course it's not a big news to flash, right? So the Aaj Tak was not flashing it. After a while, they said, Adalat mein Dayan Nayak pesh. So then he looked at me and said, are you sure he's dead? And I looked at the flash, and of course, being a cynical Malayali, I realized there was something wrong, okay, from my side for a change. So I told him, മരിച്ചിട്ടില്ല എന്നാ തോന്നണേ. So Mohan sir പറഞ്ഞു, immediately, അതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് മാച്ചുകളാം, മുകേഷ് പറയല്ലേ, മാച്ചുകളാം. Okay, I erased everything, then saved my car, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here, and Mohan sir also. So I was forced to learn. I knew Hindi, when I was a student in Kerala, I learned Hindi. I got good marks. But this kind of Hindi, this functional Hindi, which was not very familiar with me. So what happened was, when I went to, working with Aaj Tak, all your feature bulletins will come in Hindi from Aaj Tak, and you have to translate them. So in night shift, by 10 o'clock you will get the Hindi script, and you have to translate it into a good feature story. Okay. So since I know a bit of Hindi, my supervisor, this is a lady called Monisha Bheer, a very stout, very belligerent Punjabi woman. So she would tell me, they used to call me Jose, and hey Jose, this is your thing, because I know a bit of Hindi. So then one day I got a script. So the script said, Rajasthan में मगरमच्छ के लिए एक पार्क बना रहे हैं. Okay. You know what is मगरमच्छ? Sir, what? Yeah, crocodile. I didn't know. Okay. The closest, and it was a night shift. And Aaj Tak at that time, television, it's a war between time and you, right? So I was very tensed. I don't know what happened. The closest I could think of was machar. Okay, what is machar? Mosquito. But I was very logical. I was thinking, mosquito के लिए कौन बना रहा है park? So there is one part of me saying something wrong, but I went like the hot dog guy who worked in a newspaper which historically hated the United States. My bias towards the North Indians, I thought that maybe, because some crazy guy would have thought that there should be a park where they can attract all these machar and kill it. See, this is a man who's in his early 20s reading a copy late at night and translating. I translated, So, to be devil's advocate, that copy did not say anything much about Magarmach, in the rest of the copy. But instead it elaborated on the park and the paraphernalia, the infrastructure, and the politician who got it commissioned and all that. So I didn't have a problem. The problem line was the first few lines. So then, like a very dedicated sub-editor, there's an internal terminal where we can look for photographs. So I was looking for Mach's very up close looking photographs and video, because we had a common pool. So, but nothing was available but who would take videos of mosquitoes and keep it in the archive? Maybe for a malaria story, yes, but I didn't get anything. So then I typed out the story, I prepared the script, then I passed it to the video editor, and we were working on a terminal called news production terminal. So I passed it to the video editor. So video editor, Mr. Manmeet, he's a Punjabi. So he doesn't know that he hadn't seen the original script. He sees only and he's looking at marriage. Jose, ye machar ke liye park bana rahe ho? So I said, हाँ, अरे Rajasthani लोग तो पागल होते हैं यार, He's like, he also believed me. So I was very happy. I thought, okay, fantastic story. World is crazy. There are all kinds of things that are happening in the world, right? So why not a park for machar? Again, by morning, so he's asked me to get footage, because anyway you have to get the footage. So then, and this is a planned project, right? So there are no actual things to see for you. Then Manisha Beer, my supervisor, senior producer, I'm an assistant producer, so she is a senior producer. She walks in and she asked me, "To ho gaya?" I said, "हाँ, ये तो." Then she looked at me. Whatever she said, I can't quote. I have never heard a woman using expletives so much, And I got a memo, but luckily this was not published. So the point was that these things happen. Why? Because, tell you a bit of theory, translation of any kind, especially in journalism, involves three elements, three C's, I would call it. The first is, of course, the content, literal content, what it is. The second is the context, The third is the connotation, See, all these three put together, translation as an exercise in communication will be complete. So when you if I don't know how many of you will become, or how many of you want to become journalists. Anybody, you can raise your hand. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting. Nobody's raising their hand. Okay, so only 4 of you, 5 of you want to be journalists. Okay. How many of you want to be content creators? They don't want to. Do you guys want to do anything in life? Yeah, that is fine. I understand. So every word, every line that you translate, especially in journalism, involves these three things. And obviously, when I was looking at this park for machar, or I missed all the three, or I might have stuck with the literal, right? Or in this case, I didn't know the context, I didn't know the content, and I literally misinterpreted everything, right? If you can look at screen, have you seen this ad anywhere? Can you connect it? This? You must have seen, this used to be on Instagram at some point in time. Idli, dosa, batter, right? In Tamil also it's fine. What was the problem in Hindi? Yeah. When they, this is I believe this was machine translated, I don't know. But when it came to Hindi, batter became batter, and they went with the literal translation. Ballebas. Ballebas is, you must be watching a lot of cricket commentaries, right? So Ballebas is a batter. This is a very famous example where, yeah, they are getting it now. Yeah. This is a very notorious translation, and it was very popular. I don't know when it happened, but Indian Express carried a story on this at that time. So this is again, this is a classic case of the context missing. So and whoever has done it, if he had applied some thought that how can this be a dosa balebas, but that context, the contextual meaning was not applied in translation, right? So this happens everywhere. If you look at the history of translation, this is our class. This is the next one. This happened recently. Hatya. What is the Malayalam translation for that they have given? It's murder, But Hatya is actually a place, and in Hindi, Hatya means murder. So somebody must have asked for a translation for Hatya. But what is the end product? Is complete goof up, right? So Hatya became Kolapataka, and on the other side is the train goes to Hatya and Ernakulam. So, so this looks like this is a trip serial killers must take from Ernakulam to Hatya. This could be photoshopped, I don't know, but this was doing the rounds on the internet for a long while. But this is also a brilliant example, right, of the content and the context. So this is if you look at the history of translation in mass media, I'm not getting into the translations history in fiction or policy communication, or political. If you look at the history of translations, it all started with this man. When the Greco-Egyptian-Persian war was happening, Herodotus, he was a polymath. What is a polymath? Someone who knows? Yeah, Narasimha Rao was a polymath, right? Yeah, do you know Narasimha Rao? He knew 18 languages, But the joke is that he didn't have even one language to say no to. Who? When the Karsevaks demolished Babri Masjid. That's a funny joke. He knew 18 languages, but he couldn't find vocabulary. Anyway, coming back to Herodotus, he was a polymath and he learnt multiple languages to report, to write on this war happening between, Greece and Persians and Egyptians. So he's even then, if you read the literature, if you read what he's written, he's not written exactly, he's reported, you would know that all these three elements were intact. The literal content and the context, and he understood the connotation in a bad way or in a good way. So from Herodotus, if you move in history, ahead in history, translation in journalism, became very important during the war, especially the First World War, then the Second World War, because on the war front you have soldiers from all geographies, right? It is people by all kinds of people. So journalists who were reporting war were forced to learn multiple languages, or at least communicate, understand the terminologies, and report the nuances of the war. So ഈ ജേർണലിസത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഹിസ്റ്ററിയിൽ തന്നെ, ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ്റെ ഹിസ്റ്ററിയിൽ തന്നെ യുദ്ധത്തിന് വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യമുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു എമിലി സോള, നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര പേര് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, ഈ എമിലി സോളയെ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എമിലി സോളയെ കേട്ടിട്ട് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. In 19th century, Dreyfus affair എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു there was an incident. Alfred Dreyfus, he was a Jewish French army officer. He was wrongfully convicted for treason. The case became a national scandal. I don't know if you are preparing for UPSC and history, you would have heard about this. And journalists and writers like Emily Zola, they played a very crucial role in exposing the biased way in which he was convicted. And Emile Zola wrote this very famous essay. Does anyone know French? How do you pronounce this? In English it is called I accuse. So this was a very famous open letter. Yeah, it's ya nu parayum alle, ya accuse. So this was why it is important in the history of translation, because this letter was translated across the Europe at that time and shared by every journalist, every activist who was interested in this particular case. And this became a milestone moment in the history of translation in journalism. ഇത് ഒരുപാട് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയും അത് ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനിൽ ഒരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ. ഇതും നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, വാർ കറസ്പോണ്ടൻസ് അക്രോസ് ദ ഗ്ലോബ്. How many of you heard of a person called Ryszard Kapuscinski? Have you heard of him? No. Ryszard Kapuscinski is one of the world's, I would say, the greatest journalist ever lived. He worked with a Polish news agency, and Ryszard Kapuscinski has seen at least 20-25 regime changes, bloody, non-bloody, coups, coup d'etats. He's seen everything. He was not an English journalist. He was a journalist with a Polish newspaper. So this agency and their reports used to be translated across the world during the war and during any kind of regime change. Adipo Hondurasilum, Kapuscinski had written a very good book called Soccer Wars. Have you heard of it? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ലൈബ്രറികളിലൊക്കെ കിട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വായിക്കാവുന്ന ഒരു പുസ്തകമാണ് സോക്കർ വാസ്. he wrote it in Polish language. സോ ജേർണലിസത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള രണ്ട് പേരുകൾ നമുക്ക് പറയാവുന്നതാണ്, ഈ ഏർണി പൈലും റൈസാർഡ് കപ്പുസിൻസ്കിയും. ഇവരുടെ ലേഖനങ്ങളൊക്കെ even though Kapuscinski wrote in Polish, it was translated across the globe because of the war and the tumultuous period in which they were functioning. അപ്പോൾ ജേർണലിസത്തിൻ്റെ ഈ ലിറ്ററൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കോണ്ടെൻറ്റും അതുപോലെ അതിൻ്റെ കൊണോട്ടേഷനും മനസ്സിലാക്കി റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്ത ആളുകളായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഹിസ്റ്ററിയിൽ പൊതുവെ കപ്പുസിൻസ്കിയെയും ഇവരൊക്കെ കാണുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു വലിയൊരു തമാശയുണ്ട്. മൻ കി ബാത്ത് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും കേൾക്കാറില്ലേ? എല്ലാവരും. മൻ കി ബാത്തിൻ്റെ മലയാളം എന്തായിരിക്കും? എന്ത് മലയാളം കൊടുക്കാറുണ്ടോ അവർ? മൻ കി ബാത്ത് തന്നെയാണ് പറയുന്നത് അല്ലേ? എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് മലയാളം കൊടുക്കാത്തത് മൻ കി ബാത്തിന്? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മലയാളത്തിലാണെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് പറയാം? എനിബഡി ക്യാൻ എനിവൺ ക്യാൻ ഹെൽപ്പ് മീ. ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ലൗഡ് മനസ്സിലെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഓക്കെ, ദാറ്റ്സ് ഓക്കെ. കുറച്ചും കൂടി കാവ്യാത്മകമായിട്ട് ആർക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റുക? മനസ്സിലെ സംസാരം. കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ആത്മഭാഷണം എന്നൊന്നും ആരും ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടില്ല ഇതുവരെ. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഒരാൾ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, സംബഡി റിയലി പോയിന്റഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഔട്ട്. വെൻ മൻ കി ബാത്ത് ഈസ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റഡ് ഇൻ ടു മലയാളം ഓർ a lot of vernacular languages, have you ever heard it and listened to it in Malayalam? They translate it. ആകാശവാണിയിൽ if you listen to it, മൻ കി ബാത്തിൻ്റെ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻസ് വരാറുണ്ട്. അതിലൊരു രസമുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. whoever is translating it, that person not only translate the text and context or even the connotation and the entire communication setup of Man Ki Baat, he also tries to talk like Modi. Have you noticed this? Prime Minister മോഡിയുടെ പോലെ സംസാര രീതിയിൽ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ഇതുകൊണ്ടൊരു അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ടിൻറ്റ് ആഡ് ചെയ്താണ് സംസാരിക്കുക. മാത്രവുമല്ല, ദിസ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റർ, I mean, what I felt was, make sure that every word is delivered with the deserving emotion intended by Prime Minister Modi. ചിലപ്പോൾ ജോലി പോകുന്നുള്ള പേടിയാണെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്നിരുന്നാലും one way or the other, it's a classic example of context. We call it, in translation there's in theory we call it recontextualization. Every word, when a translator approaches it in journalism, he has to recontextualize it. അതെടുത്ത് അവരുടെ ആ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റിനെ, ഇമോഷണൽ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റിനെ പോലും റീകോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റുവലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് ഡെലിവറി ചെയ്യുന്നു. മൻ കി ബാത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ആരെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? റേഡിയോയിൽ, ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ റേഡിയോയിലോ ഇതിലും? It's a case study. You have to listen to it, because when he talks about Prime Minister talks about welfare or communal harmony, you know, or the future of India, that delivery is carried through this translator, the requiring doses of emotion. അതിൽ ഒരു നമ്മൾ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയില്ല, ഒരു പണത്തൂക്കം അങ്ങോട്ടുമില്ല ഇങ്ങോട്ടുമില്ല എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് അവർ പറയുന്നത്. അതിനൊരു കാരണമുണ്ട്. യു നോ വൈ? ബിക്കോസ് ലെറ്റ്സ് ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ചൈന. ലോകത്തെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ മീംസ്, ഇഫ് യു ഗോ ടു ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാം ഓർ ഗൂഗിൾ, if you look for translation memes, you will see a lot of Chinese memes. You know, what is the speciality of Chinese language? Chinese language ഒരു thematic presentation ആണ് അല്ലേ? It's not literal. Chinese, if you anyone knows Chinese here or has ever studied Chinese? No, you are not futuristic at all, you know. So I would recommend it highly. German or Chinese, never miss an opportunity to learn Chinese, because anyway a lot of opportunity, a lot of job opportunities are going to come from that side, so it's better. ഇന്ത്യ പാകിസ്ഥാനിൻ്റെ യുദ്ധം നടക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ ഉറുദു പഠിച്ചിരുന്നു. കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ അത്? ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ. ബിക്കോസ് എങ്ങാനും തോൽക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ജോലിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് വേറെ പ്രശ്നമൊന്നും വരരുതല്ലോ എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് Chinese translation, Chinese journalists and journalists who are working in China, they face a lot of. Have you heard of Tiananmen Square protest, where Chinese government clamped down on a students' protest. If you go to Wikipedia, you will see a lot of material on Tiananmen Square protest. കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ ആരെങ്കിലും? നിങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ അച്ഛന്മാരോട് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അവർ പറഞ്ഞു തരും ഒരു കാലത്ത് വലിയ സംഭവമായിരുന്നു ടിയാനൻമെൻ സ്ക്വയർ പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റ്. പക്ഷേ ചൈന ഹാസ് എ കൗണ്ടർ തിയറി ടു ഇറ്റ്. അതായത് ചൈന പറയുന്നത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥി പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ CIA പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റൊക്കെ നടന്നില്ലേ, CIA പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റ്, ഇപ്പോൾ നടക്കുന്ന കേരളത്തിൽ അങ്ങോളങ്ങൾ പല പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റുകൾ പോലത്തെ ഒരു പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റായിരുന്നു എന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറയാം. അത്രയേ ഉള്ളൂ എന്നും ഗവൺമെൻറ് അവിടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ കൊന്നില്ല എന്നും ആണ് ചൈനയുടെ ഒരു വാദം. അതിന് ചൈന പറയുന്നൊരു ന്യായം ഹാസ് സംതിങ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ഫോർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഓഫ് translation in mass media. China says that all the foreign correspondents who were present there did not know Chinese. Okay, and many of them were not allowed to get into the proper square where the protest was happening. So they heard from their Chinese interpreters that this has happened, there was an assault on the students and XYZ number of people died. Since all these journalists did not know Chinese, their interpretations of what was said, assault became, like an ambush, or fatality became, when they said it was a hit on Chinese people's conscience, or it had a major impact on the student movement, it was translated as there were a lot of fatalities. So there is a term students, academics who study journalism use for that. It's called parachute journalism, where in a geography where you don't know the language, the culture and the people, a journalist is parachuted into it, and whatever comes out of it will have really tweaked, convoluted meaning. So that is called parachuted journalism. And this Tiananmen Square protest was a classic case of parachute journalism, where the translation played spoil sport is one theory. Now that takes us to a very interesting proposition, is that in India, in China at least, there are only two main languages, right? Mandarin and, you don't watch Chinese movies. Wong Kar-wai fans ഒന്നുമില്ല ഇവിടെ? You don't watch Wong Kar-wai. In the Mood for Love, നിങ്ങൾ കുറേ റീൽസ് കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ. Nobody has watched In the Mood for Love. Has anyone watched In the Mood for Love? You must watch it. How can you be in love without watching In the Mood for Love? Because it's the textbook for everybody who wants to be in love, or who was in love, or who is planning to get into. It was directed by a legendary Chinese Hong Kong Chinese director Wong Kar-wai. There is debates on whether these so what I was saying was, there's a classic question here. When you talk about translation, especially when it comes to Chinese translations, there was China had only two languages, but India, that's the point I was coming. I was distracted by this. India, with all this spectrum of languages, India's risk quotient when it comes to, for instance, we have how many recognized languages? I wouldn't say. I'll give you a very funny example. In Tamil, what do you call heart attack in Malayalam? Hridayagatham. In Tamil they have a very nice word for that. Do you know anyone knows Tamil? In Tamil they call it Maaradappu. It's a beautiful word, right? Maaradappu, right? ഒരു തമിഴ് ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പറിൽ മാറടപ്പ് എന്ന് വന്നത് ഒരു മലയാളം ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ അതിനെ ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ എന്തായെന്നറിയോ? Somebody closed their heart എന്ന മാതിരി ക്ലോസ് ദെയർ ചെസ്റ്റ് എന്നാണ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. It might sound bizarre, right? But in India, whether you agree with it or not, a lot of journalism that you see today in newspaper is translated journalism because two reasons. First of all, globalization, because all the news that we get today is some variant of something happened or something written in some foreign language, right? If you for instance, if you watch cricket and Manorama's correspondent writes about it in Malayalam, if you read that newspaper report, more than 50% of the terminologies would be in which language? Or translated from English, right? Cricket, football, or politics, parliamentary debates, health, everything is coming to you in a translated format. So, in a country like India, where we have multiple languages and there are serious wedges or between each language, journalism suffers from this malady of misinterpretation, which paves way for misinformation. And the journalist has this duty to understand the content and the context and the connotations in every line that is coming to him for interpretation, and do justice to this so that he won't create a scenario where there is a park in Rajasthan for Machar. So that's from my side in a way. If you want to look into the history of journalism, translation in India, you have to start with these two people. I don't know how many of you heard of Rajendra Lal Mitra and Tagore. They were the ones who started translating journalism into multiple languages, especially from English to Bangla, English to Bangla to English. They are the pioneers. And of course, there is Gandhi and Tilak. Mahatma Gandhi ran many newspapers. There was Young India, there was Indian Opinion, and there is Harijan. And he made sure that most of the content that he produced were translated into multiple Indian languages. So Indian national movement, Indian nationalist movement and Indian National Congress in a way was a product of the success of translation in journalism, because all their articles were translated, and all these translations continue to guide journalists even today. Not only Gandhi or Tilak. Do you know this person, Benjamin Bailey? Benjamin Bailey is Malayali's own printer, publisher, translator. You know, he's much more than that. Benjamin Bailey created an ecosystem of translations and journalistic product. Which was Kerala's first newspaper? Malayalam newspaper? Rajasamajaram. Again, a great example. Most of the content, most of the news in Rajasamajaram came from abroad. Even though they wrote about it, it was all translated. The Gospels, this and that, all translated into Malayalam. Bible has multiple Malayalam versions. I don't know whether you know that. You know, Bible is one of the most translated documents in the world. There is a beautiful book, if any of you want to recommend. It's called God's Secretaries, which is only on the translators of Bible. A lot of translations. Bible have gone through multiple times. In Malayalam itself, truckloads of translations are available on the Bible. So Benjamin Bailey, the missionaries, they all contributed to mass media translations, not only for books but for journalism. From there, we have gone through a period where people like me from Kerala has gone to Delhi, encountered with all kinds of quirky scenarios, and we have reached a stage where who does the translation for us? AI. This is a translation done in real time, which I captured and I found it online, and that translation gives us these kind of results. What does it say? Yeah, thanks for sticking with me during the lecture. You all were a great audience. അതിന് മെഷീൻ കൊടുത്ത ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ എന്തായിരുന്നു? Do you think this is the right translation? Did it get the content? Maybe. Did it get the context? But it added an extra unwanted connotation, right? If I say this in Malayalam, you might not like me. In all likelihood, you'll think that I am mocking you, right? You know, സാറിന് എന്തോ ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്, നമ്മളൊന്ന് കുത്തിയതാണ്, ഉറങ്ങിയതൊക്കെ സാറ് കണ്ടു എന്ന് പറയും. Because it missed it added an extra layer of connotation to it. It got the literal content right. Context again is very diluted. So this is where we are now in mass media. A lot of the things that you see on TV or on Instagram or on internet are translated by machines. AI, ChatGPT, or what we call the LLM, large language models. This poses a lot of questions to us. Are we ready for this? Is it ready for us? That's the question. So this is something I am leaving you with, which you have to go back and debate in your colleges and figure out whether machine translation is going to create a world which is very unequal in meaning and context, and is it going to change the way we communicate? Thank you. That's it. Questions? ഉണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു വിചാരിച്ച് വന്നതാണ്, പക്ഷെ അത് ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ വിട്ട് നിന്നു.
Thank you, sir. The session is open for questions now.
It's okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
There is a question. Yes, Ajay.
Ajay wants to ask.
Sir, exact translation related, but again, I mean, if you talk about journalism and translation, we know that, I mean, even in this election, it was talking about, I mean, and the entire discussion was about how the translation of, say, Delhi in the news, how that got translated to the normal people through vernacular medium of expression. Let's say, Wire has a Hindi edition. Let's say NewsClick, they have a Hindi edition. Sir, Noodle and a phone call, sir was talking about how Dhruv Rathi used the main conventional media's content to which got converted in Hindi and which reached the larger level of population, and it made a significant impact in this election. So how do you understand that kind of a translation which is done by, I mean, in the field in journalism, wherein it's democratization of knowledge from English to vernacular through these kind of vernacular medium of expression?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Very, very important question, more than interesting. See, ഒരു കാര്യം നമ്മൾ എപ്പോഴും ഓർക്കേണ്ടത്, ഇന്ത്യയിൽ, even though I work with a English newspaper, I shouldn't be saying this, it's a threat to my job. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും the most important journalism that has to happen is in the vernacular, because ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം വരുന്ന ആളുകൾ ഇപ്പോഴും ആക്സസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് പ്രാദേശിക പത്രങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്. പക്ഷെ പ്രാദേശിക പത്രങ്ങളിൽ മേലേക്ക് ഫോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്ന കോണ്ടൻറ്റ് മുഴുവൻ നോൺ വെർനാക്കുലറാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ സ്പോർട്സ് ആയാലും പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് ആയാലും വെസ്റ്റേൺ മീഡിയയുടെ ഒരു ഭയങ്കരമായ ഒരു കോളനൈസേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. So this local newspapers are really struggling to find original content. Second, translate global news into purely local idioms. Three, find and upskill their workforce in such a way that these people are able to retain the nuances of translation. ഈ ചാലഞ്ച് ലോക്കൽ മീഡിയ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട്. പക്ഷേ ലോക്കൽ മീഡിയയാണ് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ്റെയും ഒരു ബീക്കൺ എന്ന് പറയാവുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് മീഡിയയ്ക്ക് ഡസൻറ്റ് ഹാവ് ടു ബോദർ, റൈറ്റ്? ഐ ക്യാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് റിഗർജിയേറ്റ് വാട്ട് എവർ കമ്മിങ് യുവർ വേ. ബട്ട് ലോക്കൽ ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പേഴ്സ്, ഡെസ്പൈറ്റ് ദ ഫാക്ട് ദാറ്റ് ദേ കം അപ്പ് വിത്ത് എൻ ചൂടുപട്ടി ഒക്കേഷണലി, they are doing a phenomenal job, you know. ഇപ്പോൾ അത് പരിഭാഷയിൽ മാത്രവുമല്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ വിർജീനിയ വൂൾഫിനെ, ഹൂസ് അഫ്രൈഡ് ഓഫ് വിർജീനിയ വൂൾഫ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഇതിനെ VKN എങ്ങനെ പരിഭാഷപ്പെടുത്തിയിരുന്നത് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ നിങ്ങൾ? ഹൂസ് അഫ്രൈഡ് ഓഫ് വിർജീനിയ വൂൾഫ്, ഇറ്റ്സ് എ പ്ലേ, റൈറ്റ്? സോ ദ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ VKN has given was വെള്ളായണി അർജുനനെ ആർക്കാണ് പേടി? ഹൂസ് വെള്ളായണി അർജുനൻ? ഒരു അക്കാഡമിക് ആയിരുന്നു, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എന്തോ 15 PhD എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് VKN കൊടുത്ത്, ദാറ്റ്സ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് കോണ്ടെക്സ്ച്വൽ ലാംഗ്വേജ്. VKNൻ്റെ എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ഒരുപാടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതെനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഒരു ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഇത്രയും സീനിയർ ആൾക്കാരെ മുന്നിൽ പറയാൻ പറ്റാത്തതാണ്. പലതും അൺമെൻഷനബിൾ ആണ് പലതും, അല്ലേ? സോ ക്യാൻ വി മേക്ക് ലവ് എന്നുള്ളതിനൊരു മനോഹരമായൊരു പരിഭാഷയുണ്ട്, അത് ഇവിടെ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെ കോണ്ടെക്സ്ച്വലൈസ്ഡ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ഈ റീകോണ്ടെക്ച്വലൈസേഷനൊക്കെ വളരെ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുള്ളായിട്ട് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ, നിങ്ങൾ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനിൽ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വായിക്കേണ്ടതാണ് VKNൻ്റെ വർക്കുകൾ. എല്ലാ ലൈനും ഹാസ് ഗോട്ട് സം സബ് ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ വൈസ് ടു ഇംഗ്ലീഷ്. ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, കണാദന് ശേഷം പേരിട്ട അണുവിച്ഛേദനശാലയിലൂടെ നടന്നു എന്നൊരു വാചകമുണ്ട്. കണാദിന് ശേഷം പേരിട്ട എന്നതിന് VKN എഴുതണം. കുറേ കാലം കഴിഞ്ഞാണ് എനിക്കത് മനസ്സിലായത്. നെയിംഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർ കണാദ എന്നാണ് VKN ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ ആലോചിച്ച് മലയാളത്തിൽ അതിനെ സബ്വേർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഹീസ് മോക്കിംഗ് ദിസ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ പ്രാക്ടീസസ്, യുനോ. സോ ഇഫ് യു റീഡ് VKN യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് സച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റൻസസ് മലയാളത്തിൽ. അപ്പോൾ വെർനാക്കുലറിലാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ഭാവി ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. വെർനാക്കുലറിലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് നടക്കേണ്ടത്, ഫെലോഷിപ്പുകൾ വരേണ്ടത്, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും പഠിക്കേണ്ടതും എങ്ങനെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ നിന്നും മലയാളത്തിലേക്കും മലയാളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലേക്കും വരാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതാണ് ഭാവി. ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഇസ് ഇപ്പോൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടി നാൾ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ മെഷീൻ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നം അവിടെയാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. മെഷീൻ ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ ട്രൈസ് ടു സ്റ്റാൻഡർഡൈസ് എവറിത്തിങ് ഇൻ എ വേ സംബഡി ഇൻ സിലിക്കൺ വാലി ഇമാജിൻസ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ബി. സോ യു ഹാവ് ടു മേക്ക് എ കോൺഷ്യസ് എഫേർട്ട്. ലൈക്ക് അജയ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഒരു എഫേർട്ട് നടത്തിയാൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഈ നോളജിൻ്റെ ഡെമോക്രറ്റൈസേഷൻ നടക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. അതിനൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാമിലായാലും റീൽസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയാണെങ്കിലൊക്കെ ആയാലും അത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ബാക്ക് ഓഫ് ദ മൈൻഡിൽ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു ക്യാൻ മേക്ക് എ ഡിഫറൻസ്.
Okay, thank you, sir. As a token of our love, we have something for you. I invite Dr. Anusha Matthew to present it to Mr. Jinoy Jose.
എവിടേക്ക് വരണം? താഴേക്ക് വരണോ?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have the feedback session. Okay, for the valedictory function, I invite the Head of the Department and Dean of International Affairs, Dr. K.J. Varghese, the Vice Principal and Convener of the program, Associate Professor Pallikatil Mary Petros, Resource Persons, Mr. Jinoy Joyce P., Dr. Durjati Sharma, to the dais. Please come forward. Now for the valedictory address, I invite the Vice Principal and the Convener of the program, Associate Professor Pallikatil Mary Petros.
Good afternoon once again. So we have come to the end of our national conference in translation. We have with us Dr. Durjati Sharma and Shri Jinoy Jose. In the session by Dr. Durjati, we got one perspective of translation. With Dr. Priya's session, we were introduced to, or we were made to think about the problems, cultural problems that are evident in translation, especially from the horse's mouth. Being a practical translator, she could speak very confidently about it. Shri Jinoy has given an entirely different way of looking at translation in journalism, an area I think which very few of us might have even thought of. So he has, all three of them in their own ways, they have given us food for thought. And I must say, we definitely have something to ponder about when we reach our homes. So once again, I would like to extend a very heartfelt thanks to all your active, I can't say active because most of the questions I think were posed by my colleague from the department, that is Ajay sir. Anyway, it was a pleasure having you all present here with us today. And I'm sure you have benefited from the three resource persons that we had here. I would like to, congratulate my student Surya Dutt for the logo, the beautifully designed logo for the Silver Jubilee of the Functional English department. And I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Durjati and our student from the first batch of Functional English, that is Sri Jinoy, for consenting to be with us today. That's all I think. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are distributing the prize for the logo designing competition. I invite Mr. Jinoy Jose P. to distribute the prize to the winner, Mr. Suryadat TB from third year Functional English. Thank you. We are going to distribute the certificates of second year Functional English students. I invite the class reps Ms. Anjana Jayan and Mr. Adarsh PS to receive the certificates from Dr. Durjati Sharma. Thank you. Next, I invite the head of the department and the Dean of International Affairs, Dr. KJ Varghese, for the concluding remarks.
So, good evening, everyone. So, everything should come to an end, we know, and this conference too is coming to an end, of course, with a vote of thanks. And as I said in the beginning, in my welcome speech, we were planning the conference in such a way that it should be from the practicing translators. Of course, we'll have a theoretical session maybe in the beginning as a keynote, and then two practicing translators sharing their experience so that you'll have some takeaway from the conference at the end. And I think they did a good job in telling you the difficulties, the challenges that they have faced in translating both literature and media. And as I said in the morning again, see, we haven't much, in a way, much time maybe to present the conference, and it was just we planned it in 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. But I think you enjoyed all the talks, and there is something that you can take home, and at the same time you had a nice time here, maybe from 10 to 4, and we want to conclude the session, okay, in time. And what we need are your feedbacks, okay. So in fact, I was asking, our MCs to call you for feedback, not me for concluding remarks. But let's see, I think we'll go with your feedbacks or your comments or your observations, so that when we organize it for maybe the next conference, I did tell you that we are going for a series of programs as we are celebrating our 25th year, Silver Jubilee of Functional English Program. So I request you to come forward, at least a few of you, from different categories. We have teachers, research scholars, PG students, and of course, UG students. Please come forward and tell us your comments, your observations, maybe your interests. And I want to make a point that this area often offers a lot of job opportunities. See, some have been already mentioned, like we need a lot of translators, both not only in literature but also in media. And then subtitling nowadays is a big industry. And at least a few of our students are working in that area. Okay, and some, they used to call me, so can you just give 2 or 3 students who can do it well? But we hardly find anyone, maybe to suggest for them, because very few, I think, are interested. And I think when Ginoy asked you, how many of you are interested in different fields, I think very few hands went up. That is just because of our lack of planning. That's what I understand. Okay, and most of you are seniors, final year students, then PGs, etc. But when you are asked a question like this, and also we were not having many questions to our resource persons, I think you should get trained in art of asking questions, Okay. These are a few things, few observations which I want to share with you. And another thing is, of course, regarding the opportunities that you have as translators and as interpreters. Okay, translation is often the written word, whereas interpretation is the spoken language. Interpreters and you too have subtitling, as I said, with OTT and other platforms. You have a lot of job opportunities if you are interested in translation. And I think that interest should become a passion. Then only you can become a good translator. Think of it very seriously, and I invite at least a few for feedback. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor of English from Farooq College, Calicut. I have come all the way from Calicut only to listen these three resource persons, Mr. Sharma sir, Priya Nair, and Jinoy sir, who had worked in the college where I studied for degree. Anyway, first of all, I congratulate the Department of English of Christ College, Iringalakkuda for conducting this kind of a seminar, because very rare departments are conducting seminars on language studies, especially translation or communication, which has become a great need of the time, according to the discussions with the Jinoy sir. And as Varghese sir has remarked here, this has become the opportunity of the time to go more into the language studies, because technology has come to replace human beings, but human intelligence, human value is never diminishing. So understanding that, we have to create the opportunities for that. And personally, I'm interested in translation because my PhD was in film subtitling, translation of film subtitling. So I had some kind of interest in translation, and I do practice translation. I had done a few works of translation. So let me tell you that I am sure that all the students and participants of this seminar have a great takeaway, because you have been inspired, you have been motivated by all the resource persons, Mr. Sharma sir and Priya Nair research areas, and media translation by Jinoy sir. Once again, I appreciate the coordinator of this program, the faculty members of this department, and all the participants and all the people who were behind the arrangements of this great program. Thank you very much.
Maybe one or two people can come forward and give the feedback. Any research scholars? Or postgraduate students? Or undergraduate students?
Okay, maybe they'll be comfortable not in their own seats. Okay. Shall we pass the mic so that you say something? No.
All right. We are moving on to the vote of thanks. I invite Assistant Professor Bibin Thomas for a vote of thanks.
Now that clap is properly translated to me. And I know that I have to be very brief. Okay, so respected dignitaries on and off the days, dear teachers, colleagues, friends, and dear students, what a day, right? Yeah, it was a great day for me, even though I could not listen to every session, but I have the recording. Now that was the one main thing that we all wanted to have. Along with the sessions, we wanted the recording, because for conducting such a program, we have to run around, and many a times we miss out the main part. So now we can go home, and as Priya ma'am was saying, that even while doing the household chores, we can actually put this YouTube video, and we can listen to the main things that were discussed here. So it was a great thing personally for me to be part of this national conference. Again, as many of the speakers along with the representatives from the department have said, that this conference was decided, it was executed in a very short duration of time. So there were many problems, many challenges that we faced to get the speakers, then again obviously to get the participants. To be frank, we actually thought that there will be only 30 to 35 delegates from other colleges, but yesterday night we were having discussion how to stop getting more people. Like we had crossed the 100 bar, and even the hall that we had booked was actually overflowing with the numbers. So we had to with a very saddened heart ask even our first year students not to come, even though they might be happy, but still. Anyway, so it was a great day for us, for the department, and obviously every good thing has its close, and here we are. So I won't be taking much long, but there are few names that we should be mentioning. Obviously our management of this college who have always been supporting, and we had as a representative of the management our manager Father Joy PT with us for the inaugural session, and we had already communicated the program with our principal, who is right now in USA attending a conference there, and we had all the good wishes and all the support from the management for having this the whole session in such a beautiful manner. So from the side of the department, I would like to congratulate as well as thank the management for all the positive energies, or what we say as the positive vibes that they give us, and the support that they give us for doing such programs. Thank you. Again, as a representative of the management, again we had the principal in charge, Dr. Xavier Joseph from the physics department, and he had given the felicitation in the morning. He was with us during the initial sessions also. He was very happy to be part of this whole session. He wanted to attend it, but again, as he was busy with the FI UGP programs and all, he had to leave, but he has sent all the best wishes to every participant here. Thank you, sir, in your absence, for being with us. Thanks is due to our Vice Principal and the convener of this program, Associate Professor Pallikatin Mary Patros, who was our former HOD also, and the 25th year of functional English actually in a way ends with a sad parting also, because Mary ma'am will be leaving us hopefully. Again, we are having our fingers crossed. No, again, don't mistranslate me. Hopefully means, I was like, no. Hopefully the government will be coming up with something by which she will be with us a few more years. Not the other way. Don't get mistranslated. Anyway, so so that is on one side we are having happiness with regard to all the good activities that is up there. But again, so whatever activities the department is putting forward, Mary ma'am is always with us to support us, to guide us. She had a huge, long experience, and she actually tells us bits and pieces which we ourselves might have missed. So her guidance is very essential for the conduct of such a program. Mary ma'am, thank you for being with us. Our head, Dr. KJ Verghese, again, this program was one of his brainchilds, I would say, because he said that, okay, let's have a conference. So again, we were in a confusion. Should we have an international conference or should we have a national conference? He said, okay, let's start with a small one. Let's have a national conference. Again, the word small is an improper word, because it's not a small conference. So even though it started from KJ Verghese sir, and we were lucky to have Dr. Stensa coming up with great names such as Dujati sir, as he was coming down to Kerala. So we thought, why not club both those days? And we got other key speakers also. So thank you, Varghese sir, and we all are with you for all the programs ahead for this year. Thank you. Then obviously to the stars of our day, our resource persons, we start with Dr. Durjati Sharma. Sir, thank you for being with us. All the experiences that you shared, all the insights that you gave, even the books that you quote, they were all marked down, and obviously some of us will be taking those homes, reading more into it, and at least like next time, I'm actually happy. I was actually telling sir, because for our 5th semester student, they are having translation studies as part of their course syllabus. So next time, when you make some reference, we can actually tell that, okay, you had a seminar and now you cannot say that we do not understand it. So we'll be surely sending the links to the seminar also, so that they can go back and learn and listen and learn from these great speakers. Thank you, Durjati sir. Thank you for being with us. The second speaker was Dr. Priya K. Nair, a well-known person in the field of translation, as well as a great teacher whom I used to look up personally while I was a student, because these names were so common in the Academy of Kerala, and especially in the Mahatma Gandhi University and all. Dr. Priya K. Nair was a well-known name there. So it is again a happy moment for us to host her back, because the last time she came to the campus, it was as part of the SAC team. And now she was with us as a resource person, so it was a great thing. And again, as you can all relate to it, her session was more related and grounded on the Malayalam literature and its translation. Many of you might have been familiar with those texts that she had mentioned, and that was reflected from the responses that you gave also. So thank you, ma'am, for being with us, and she was very happy to be part of it, and she sends her appreciation to everyone in the audience also for the active listening that you have done during her session. Next, of course, again another member of the family, Mr. Jinoy Jose. Apart from being a resource person for this function, he's again like part of our board of studies. He is the person we look up to for getting insights into the industry, and a person who has even given us internships for our students. So listening to him again gives us an insight into the practical applications of translation or media or whatever things are happening in all those sectors. Something that all the students can easily look up to and can get inspired from, because I think you all remember the last time when Mr. Jinoy came here for that lecture, he said that I was also I was also like you all sitting here, and don't be that afraid about my language, because we all learn. So every functioning English student can look up to Mr. Jinoy Jose as your elder brother, and you can be inspired, and you can also think of being on the stage like him sometimes later in your life, and be part of the esteemed resource persons. Mr. Jinoy, thank you for being with us again, and we look forward for another sessions from you. Thank you. Thanks is again due to all the teachers, friends who have joined us from different colleges. Even when we say thanks, we also express our regret, so because we cannot accommodate everyone who had put forward the request for coming here. But again, for those who have joined us, thank you. Again, we look forward to have you with us later for our programs also, and we look forward to all the support that you have been giving us, and all the love and the camaraderie we share. Thank you, dear teachers from other colleges. Dear students and research scholars again from other colleges, thank you for being with us. Again, you are the ones who have increased the numbers. We were not expecting these many students to be joining. Obviously, such kind of an academic discourse tends to have teachers, but it is hardly ever we get to see students joining in such huge numbers. So we are actually happy and proud that we could have a program which interests students. So thank you, dear students who have traveled along right from Trivandrum and from Kasaragod, for two ends of the state, and for being with us. Thank you, And again, we will be communicating all the upcoming programs, and we look forward to have you all with us again for the upcoming programs. Thank you once again. Dear colleagues from the department, yeah, this was a teamwork, and thank you for doing your part well, because the success of the program is completely based on the hard work that we have been doing, and we have many things in store for our students and the public, and I hope that more programs will be done in such beautiful manners. Thank you to the MCs who were with us throughout the program. Under the leadership of Dr. Stensa, the registration team under the leadership of Dr. Anisha and Ms. Ria, then the food and other arrangements that were taken up by Mr. Shindu, and all the support that was given by Mr. Ajay, especially as a person who used to have questions. When others were keeping mum, Ajay had questions. And many times we were expecting that the time is going on and Ajay should not be asking questions. But he had right questions, and again that made the whole talk more interactive, and we could get more insights from the resource persons also. So thank you team for making this program a wonderful one. And to all my students, the second years, third years, and the first years in their absentia, thank you for being with us. Thank you to all the volunteers who had volunteered to do all the things in a better way. Thank you for escorting all our guests to their proper destinations, for taking them to food, arranging all the things, completing all the works in time. Thank you all. I hope you all will also be taking something back home, some bits and pieces that you might have got from these talks. At least you can check back the YouTube links again if you don't want to miss anything out. These programs are basically conducted for you, and I hope you are being benefited by this. So once again, thank you for being with us. And next thanks is obviously to the technical support team under the leadership of Hari and Jixon for making the live streaming possible. Thank you, because these are all documents. Many a times we do many things, but we seldom document. So such documents and documentations are important, so that we can also go back and at least we can know that such programs were conducted. So thank you to the technical team. Once again, thanking you all for being with us on this wonderful day of thinking, and as Varghese sir mentioned in his inaugural address, for being lost in a day of translation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for joining us today. You guys made this event memorable and enjoyable experience for everyone. This is Shweta
and Daya signing off. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.